And AI is also ensuring that these malwares can adapt themselves into the sandbox environment to evade the detection. Scam call centers, definitely fraudsters are using this very actively, and now it is AI empowered, which means that the deepfake and conversational AI helping the fraudsters to impersonate the bank agents, to have an human-like conversations and to increase the believability. And there is also mule accounts managers. These managers basically are the financial unit of the fraud organizations, and AI can identify the vulnerable individuals to recruit them as a mule accounts. And AI is also simulating the AML compliant behaviors, routing the transaction to evade the detection. And the last but not the least, the scam factories. AI is actively used to create custom phishing and smishing application and messages for every single users based on their name, countries, location, salaries, and activities. And the most dangerous part, AI is now actually capable of creating fake synthetic identities, fake KYC documents, the deepfake selfies for account takeover and fraud digital onboarding. So basically, with the help of AI, fraud today has become much more complex. And Group IB's fraud protection nearly tracks more than 200 digital threats in the digital channels, helping our clients to detect and prevent them in real time. For us, this is not about blocking a transaction, but this is more about to understanding the nature of the fraud, how it works, and staying ahead. Let me show you how AI is transforming card testing attack. It all starts with the data leak, either with data breach, phishing, skimming, malware. And now the fraudsters are not manually searching for this leaked data, but instead they are using AI-empowered scrapers to do this. And once the information are gathered, AI can categorize and rank the most profitable victim for themselves to prioritize them. And then AI is identifying the vulnerable e-commerce with a poor anti-fraud protection to target. Once everything is settled, AI-driven bots launching the attack, mimicking the end-user behavior, routing the IPs, the bypassing, the spoofing the device fingerprint, bypassing the captchas and the liveness detection. This is not a basic automation tool anymore, but this is an intelligent, basically evolving fraud to adapt, stay undetected. This is now let's take a look at the back infrastructure of the fraudsters to help them stay undetected. So here you can see two different cyber criminal groups, both operating individually. And the thing is that they have a very similar common infrastructure. They both target the merchants as a first entry point, but then they are using network anonymization tools like the hosting providers, proxy services, and then they're using automation tools like WebDrivers, headless browser, virtual machines to emulate end users' real behavior. Basically, this infrastructure by the fraudsters and AI are built to beat the modern defenses. And if once AI bots are launching the attack, detecting them is a game changer. What you see on the left side is actually a screenshot of our fraud tool, fraud protection of Group IB, which showing you the detection of the WebDriver activity. Basically, we can detect WebDriver activity based on the frameworks which are used by the bots, and this shouldn't exist in the environments like Chromium, Chrome, and these variables are helping us to distinguish the scripted behavior rather than the real end-user behavior. And on the right, you can see we are taking a step ahead with our network analysis tool, actually showing you more than 100 different devices, IPs, even though that they are looking like they are not connected with each other, but we can actually see that they are all connected with one single fraud node, showing us and helping us map and connect all these different devices IPs in a picture. This is actually an analysis tool that we are providing our clients to do their fraud investigations. But moreover, we are making this detection in real time, helping our clients to detect this type of card testing attacks and prevent them in real time. So now I'm going to show you how AI can be weaponized. Here you are seeing an instruction coming from a fraudster to the AI agent, telling him to open an application, to visit this web application, use these credentials to log in, and then make a money transfer from this account to this account. And it's quite scary because AI agent is successfully following all these instructions one by one and completing the transaction successfully. This is actually showing us that today fraudsters are not even required to do a code writing, but they're just giving orders to AI agents to launch this type of attacks. But the good thing is that this web application is actually protected by our SDK, which is a JavaScript file. And as the moment the bots are launching this application, our scripts start collecting behavioral and device telemetries from the client device to process them in real time. Here you can see that we successfully detected that there is a abnormal mouse movement, hosting usage, headless browser. Moreover, there is a pasted from the clipboard, which is a very strong sign that this is script behavior rather than the real end user behavior. Basically, we can detect everything in real time, and these signals are strong enough for us to detect and prevent the bot activities in real time. Thank you so much for listening to us. Actually, today we try to explain how AI is no longer a productivity tool, but it is exploited by the cyber criminals actively on their behalf, from automated fraud orchestrations to botnet intelligence and drive agents to financial service attacks. The threats are evolving, but so are we. Group IB's fraud protection is built purpose to detect this type of modern threats, beat them in real time using the behavioral analysis, monitoring the infrastructure, using the fraud intelligence. AI-driven cyber criminal battle is started, and we are proud to say that we are ready for it. Thank you so much for listening again. We would like to chat with you after the presentation. We would be happy for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iger and Mr. Selçuk. That was a very detailed presentation, and thank you for telling us how AI is thriving fraud business. So audience अगर कुछ enthusiasm दिखा दे और कुछ energy दिखा दे तो जरा just give him the good round of applause for a very good presentation, and thank you again for coming especially for this event. Moving on, we have a very exciting panel discussion on harnessing AI, navigating geopolitical tension and securing digital future, moderated by Dr. Nazir Ahmed Malik, cybersecurity consultant, Pakistan Navy. I would like to request Mr. Dr. Nazir Ahmed Malik to come on stage and invite his panelists for this session. So Dr. Nazir Malik, ke liye taaliyan, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before the presentation of Seljuk, I was hoping that I would be the one introducing AI to all of you. and maybe letting you know the positive aspects of the AI. But after the presentation, which has been just given by the Igor and his teammate Seljuk, I think there is nothing much left for me to at least introduce AI. So let me first invite my panel members, if they can all come over here. Dr. Monis from CISO Nadra. I request Dr. Monis to, if you can come on the stage. Brigadier Rana Farooq, Secretary Anti-ISP. Babar Khan Sahib from Ministry of IT and Telecom, Director Internet Governance. And Mr. Igor from Group Ivy. इधर आप ठीक बैठे इधर shift okay, so the artificial intelligence is no more a science fiction. It's reshaping the economies, the societies, and the militaries alike at a very unprecedented pace. It has a potential to solve the humanity's problems, including the disease, the poverty, and the climate change. And there are many more problems which could have been solved by the AI. But on the flip side, the presentation which we have already seen, that this transformative power, if it gets into the hands of the individuals with the bad or malintentions, it could pose a grave danger to the society at all. So, and this transformative power, it also exists within a world which is increasingly very competitive geopolitically, with the mistrust and fragmentation. So the question about us in front of us is not that how the AI is going to be what you call the defining our future, but how do we harness this potential for the common good, whereas we do have the international rivalry also in the same domain. How do we secure our critical information infrastructure while maintaining the integrity of our data in the age of the disinformation which is being spread to the AI? And also that how can we build the what you call the guardrails, and we can foster the cooperation amongst the entities to take care of the data and protect our critical information infrastructures. So we are very much honored to have a very good panel with us. So taking lead from the my panel members, I would start with the Dr. Monis, who is CISO Nadra and a very seasoned professional in the area of the information security. Sir, I would start with you that as the Nadra manages Pakistan's most sensitive biometric data. Okay. So with AI-powered deepfakes and synthetic identities, with the adversarial attacks which are becoming more and more sophisticated, how is Nadra evolving its authentication system, the facial recognition, the biometrics to detect and prevent the AI manipulated attacks?
Thank you, Dr. Nazir. Thank you, Faisal Saab, for giving us the opportunity to visit here. Very good question regarding the authentication mechanisms being followed by Nadra, specifically utilizing AI-based technology. Presently, as known to many of you, that we are utilizing the biometric-based authentication mechanism. The fingerprint mechanism, we have already implemented the facial-based recognitions, and we are now working towards the iris-based recognition as well. Soon we will be collecting the iris scans of the entire Pakistani citizens, Pakistani community.
We have already implemented certain measures like liveliness detections, that in which the technology being utilized to detect the liveliness features. In that, we are world-renowned technologies are being implemented, already being implemented and being used. Application, the Park identity applications, Park ID applications have many features, which ensures that AI would be effectively utilized to authenticate our users and our clients as well. Once I say the users are basically the users which are using our applications, our systems through mobile applications. And once I say the clients means the departments, the financial sectors, telcos, and other sectors which are utilizing verification services from NADRA. So NADRA is a well conversant of the developments in AI. We are focusing upon indigenous developments as well. Recently, we have awarded certain projects to universities in which we have given them certain tasks and bottlenecks being faced by us in specifically in authentication mechanisms, in boosting our authentication technology to develop certain indigenous technologies. So the multiple efforts are going on. We are adopting the changes as well as NASDA basic infrastructure is concerned, primarily focusing upon adopting the technology, foolproof technology for authentication to utilizing AI, and also in focusing towards developing our own capability in using AI.
Moving to Brigadier Rana Farooq. Sir, as the AI development mostly relies on what you call the global technology stacks. Okay, that what I mean say that the US stacks, the GPUs, 5G, Europe standards, all that. So how is NTISP is navigating this dependency while ensuring Pakistan's technological sovereignty and also the what you call the strategic autonomy? How are you maintaining that?
Thank you very much, sir. The NTSB, is, fully aware of the, technical dependencies on the, friendly countries. And it's doing its best to, reduce the over-reliance on the, such kind of dependencies. And we are basically, encouraging the local hosting and the open source, resources and indigenous products. And let me tell you one thing that, there is no product, which is deployed in the public sector, especially, which is not evaluated by the, the technical evaluation committee, which is, done by the NTASB and its team. And it's done, through our reliable and qualified laboratory. And, we are also in the process of, through PNAC, we are also in the process of, the accreditation of these laboratories, based on these ISO 17025 or common criteria like other, standards. So we are fully aware of this. And also the national side is, also making its efforts to collaborate and make reliance with the friendly countries like Turkey and China and Malaysia and other countries through MOUs and other efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, taking opportunity from Ministry of IT and Telecom, the Director of Governance, Internet Governance. Sir, would you like to let us know some key feature of the AI policy which which is in pipeline, I've heard. So if you can describe few of the key features which AI policy is being taken care of.
Thank you very much. As far as our national first AI policy is concerned, the initial draft that was, we get it from one of the expert through consultancy process. But once we worked it out, so we found some, there's a need for some improvement, and especially the one of the mandated tasks of Ministry of IT and Telecom whenever we are developing some policy. So we need to have consultation with our all government stakeholders. So after receiving a few of the very key advices from those sectors, we found it appropriate, the government of Pakistan, they found it appropriate to make a all-inclusive and AI policy development committee. And in last year, 2024, that committee was formulated, and they started, formally incorporating, all the feedback given by the government stakeholder or the industry or the academia or the civil society. So all the stakeholders were there and they were incorporating. So the draft is now in its final stage, and let's hope in within a month or two we will having some good news. Some key feature which though I'm not part of that policy committee, one of my another colleague is there, but I have learned that some 6 pillars basically they are focusing, and first of all is developing an AI innovative ecosystem is there. Then we were, trying to be focused on our evolution and readiness that our industry and our, government sector, they should be ready to adopt the AI. Then we would like to, make our working force competitive enough. They should be equipped with necessary competence, that they should take part in, national level and global level AI economy. Then one of the most important pillar is the international collaboration with international organization, international investors. They should be encouraged. They should be contacted. We will be participating in those forums to learn the international standards, and these standards should also be adopted in our local AI ecosystem. Then the other pillar, very important pillar, obviously the AI infrastructure. We will be focusing on establishing, and AI compute grid, national AI compute grid. We will be, trying to have a very good ecosystem of data center equipment, high-powered GPUs and other AI-powered, hardware. And these all data centers, we are planning that they all data centers should be driven by the industry stakeholders, and they should be, accommodating all the innovators and the research and development and the other efforts while adopting the AI in the society. So this is how the some of the few main pillars we are focusing.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Igor, you already gave a very comprehensive presentation, but I would still like to ask you the question from the same, which you have already covered. Like the group IB takes scans a lot of cyber threat happening in the area. From your threat intelligence perspective, how are you did mention about the criminal element in your presentation, but would you like to explain something about the state-sponsored actors? How are they leveraging this AI to launch attacks against the other states, maybe somehow?
Sure, definitely. Thank you. Thank you one more time for this opportunity.
That's not a very hard question to ask.
I really, first of all, admired such important responses from the different organizations, which is really important information. As I said at the beginning of my speech, is the collaboration today is the key, and with such knowledge sharing, it's really important because organizations from government sector, from the regulation sector, from defense sector, it's really key. So coming to the state sponsors activities and AI embedded techniques nowadays, it's growing enormously and really fast, right? So it's technology of AI which came to us. It's actually not a new, but it's became sort of hyped, and it's proven to be really well developed for the good being. But at the same time, it's always, it's like a knife. You can use it to cut the vegetables, or you can use it for other bad purposes. So unfortunately, with AI, we see the same activities. And recently, we have seen that there are a lot of deep fakes activities which actually bypass the KYC systems of different organizations, and it's really easy for now for the threat actors to create just a rule or give the direction of your path to create a certain threat. So in the deepfakes, as an example, right? So different technologies and the smartphones are creating new features of avatars. So for now, to create a similar face in the phone, it's really a few seconds exercise. So which allows basically to bypass different security control on the mobile device when it's face recognition, as an example. So, but the key here, now coming to the question how to defend from such cases, right? So if this situation is bypassed, so the face recognition. So now let's think together of what measures we can take in order to defend against this. So one of the tactics and techniques which are utilized by us, as an example, by our expert is to understand the full infrastructure, what is behind. So if the threat actor has even the credentials details, login and password, credit card number, or whatever details you need to log in into the certain accounts, you would need to they can still use it and find it on the internet. Even the compromised credentials details, they find it also automatically. So today is not, I would say, more the question of what data will my data be leaked, or it's more important to what I can do in order to defend it. And to, from the technology perspective, to defend it, to look into the full infrastructure, to look at the geolocation, which device is utilized in use, technical parameters, IP addresses, if the VPN was used on the device to access this particular account, and plus the behavioral parameters, if they will be with anomaly, not the same as the real user is trying to access, then it's already a signal that probably, most certainly, it's not the real person who is trying to access this account. So maybe that will be the answer, to give more time for other audience.
Thank you very much. Sir, coming to Dr. Monis, you did mention about the way you are putting the more authentication parameters into the identification of all these things. But I would like to have your comment on that. The national data of all the citizens, it's a strategic asset. No doubt that we are using the AI for leveraging the information and driving the governance into it. But how would you like to comment on how can we balance between the leveraging data for AI governance and the possible misuse of that data by the foreign state actors or maybe the criminals? So how you leverage the balance between these two things?
It's a very critical aspect as far as this national data is concerned. National data, I mean the personally identifiable information which we host, citizens of Pakistan. In fact, the NADRA ordinance clearly defines the parameters in which we are totally bound, that the data which we hold has to be localized, and by no means that we can offer this opportunity to allow the data to go out or for the cross-border AI implementation. So such like factors are there. The data security remains a critical component in which, whether it's we talk about link the data security aspect with the AI or not, data security remains a critical factor in which we have already regulations in place, and recently, especially SROs has been published, which clearly define the data protection and data sharing policies. Other than that aspect, I would like to mention that the major factor of data protection with respect to NADRA's functionality and operation is concerned, the different services we are offering to our clients, the verification services, commonly known as the verification services, the various verification services which we offer. So we have laid down certain information security requirements to be fulfilled by the clients, organizations, to ensure the data would be secure. Certain things which we advocate, and certain things which we have through regulatory approvals, we've ensured that storage of biometric data by any client organization is totally not allowed. So we don't afford to have a biometric databases available in various sectors so that they can do. We have already witnessed the leakage or storage of such biometric data by different organizations. Once the data was leaked from those organizations, unfortunately, the data was misused, and various SIMs were, issued and utilized by exploiting this data. The another factor which we are also implemented to ensure that some sort of AI threats could be countered is the consent-based verification of the citizens. The everyday citizens whose data is being accessed, we need to get the consent. Consent means that once the individual is present, his or her biometrics would be there to allow the organization which is trying to access the data to have the data, or by other means that we can say some OTP would be generated to the mobile phone numbers. We are trying our best to link every NIC with a mobile contact number, so that once the data is tried to be accessed, that OTP goes to that individual, and through that OTP the consent was provided. So certain factors, certain things which are there. As far as your question, which I believe that you are primarily was the AI governance. Yes, AI governance is the critical element which needs to be undertaken at the national level. Ministry of IT, I believe that they are working on it, and they have certain measures already in place to ensure that being the part of the National Database Registration Authority, having our stakes in that, we believe in the localization of data, cross-border data flow of personally identifiable information. In my personal knowledge and opinion, I haven't seen that anywhere in the world as well.
Thank you. I would like to ask almost similar question to you, sir. Dr. Monis mentioned about the cross-border flow of the data. What's your take on that? That how because being anti-ISP, there is a lot of collaboration being happening with the different governments also. So what kind of measures are we taking in Pakistan to harden our own defenses in this area? And how we ensure the resilience in this new environment, this new threat environment?
Okay, thank you very much. And NTASB, it is, fully involved in, formation of national CERT. And, it is a PSDB project, and it is going to be, taking autonomous, role next year, inshallah. So we have, there are different directorates in national CERT. There is one GRC, then the incident management, then capacity building. So to handle with the data breaches and such kind of things, that there is a director is there, Dr. Yusuf is there, who deals with this incident management. So whenever there is an incident, it is reported. He, along with his team, they go and they investigate, and they submit the, a report, and they recommend and advise them as well. So besides that, the sectoral CERTs by the various sectors, they are also being formed at provincial level. The provincial CERTs are also being formed. We are lucky to have Dr. Rana Shehzad Sahab here. He's, heading the provincial CERT here in Sindh. Besides that, the CERT Council is also formed, and we are, regularly meeting to discuss various strategies to overcome the challenges being faced in the era of emerging technologies like AI. We are also, conducting regular cyber audits of ministries and various public sector organizations. We go there, and we besides doing the audits, we also do the gap analysis, and we advise them to fill those gaps. Other than that, there is also a consideration of making a cybersecurity authority by the government. But it is the proposal is there, and it is under consideration. And if it happens, it will again, make our efforts in a right path. We are also, making up efforts in, the capacity building and, awareness, public awareness, and other things like that. And also, strengthening the cyber diplomacy through MOUs, as I have already, told you. So we are in, mashallah, heading towards the, positive, destination. Inshallah. Thank you.
Babar sir, taking lead from your previous, you mentioned about the AI policy and the pillars which are part of that policy. Would you like to comment on that, keeping in view that policy, how MOIT is what you know call the collaborating with the what you call the regional partners or the international partners, because once the data is flowing between the different entities. So how is MOIT collaborating with regional partner to secure the shared infrastructure against the attacks, and specifically the AI-enabled attacks? How we are taking care of that?
Yes, as far as the, coming over to the AI era, that policy is still not approved. But as I already mentioned, that the international collaboration is the, one of the prime pillar that we will be focusing. But it's still in normal, in digital era in IT, as far as the cybersecurity we are looking, uh, we are in. And so Ministry of IT and MOFA and National CERT, we all are, involving our, as a, as per our role in different international forums. May it be, UN Open-Ended Working Group, and then we have a regional forum, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. There we are having a threat for cybersecurity collaboration. Then we are also part of a regional, another multilateral forum, MACD, focusing on Arab countries. We are actively participating in that forum also, and we are developing various frameworks and understandings. We are sharing knowledge. We are we have developed a technical platform how to share information, because information sharing is one of the key element once we are improving our cybersecurity posture or defense posture. And at local level also, National CERT is the implementation organization. They are undertaking various MOUs with companies. Few of the companies are sitting over here also, so they are in the process of taking a memorandum of understanding with them. Then the CERT to CERT level cooperation is already there. We are part of few platforms where the national CERT they are collaborating. So this is one of the very key fundamental parameter or a pillar for improving the cybersecurity at national level. Until the time you are not participating at international level, so it is not possible that you can improve your own local or your national posture. So we are already in this process. Yes, as already mentioned, in AI policy, we are also highlighting this aspect, and it will be having their own frameworks. Their KPIs will be there. They will be highlighted, and we will be pursuing. And some one of the AI directorate will be coming up, and they will be participating in such like forums. So much is going on, and it will be formalized after formal approval of this AI policy.
Mr. Algor, taking lead from your previous answer, based on the cyber threat intelligence which you already have, keeping in view the emerging market like Pakistan, which industries or infrastructure do you think which are the most vulnerable in Pakistan kind of market? And instead of going for the what you call the later on detection of those elements, what proactive defense would you recommend for market like emerging market like Pakistan?
Thank you, Mr. Nazir, for such short but broad and interesting question at the same time. So, to answer this question in particular, let me act maybe as the cyber detective from the real ground. Actually, let's look from the threat actor's perspective. So, the emerging markets such as Pakistan, what are the sort of organizations and the verticals within the country which are the most targeted and vulnerable? If we look from the threat actor perspective, they are looking at what? They are looking at where they can gain money, and or, for example, well, first of all, different threat actors, the national state, cyber criminals, activism, all of them, they have different motives, right? So, and different motives means that different purposes and different goals they are trying to reach. Some of the threat actors, their main goal is to attack the national infrastructure, organizations, which can be breached, which can be politically somehow or geopolitically somehow can be catched. Other threat actors, they're focusing on the financial sector, right? Because that's the way where they see they can gain a lot of cash and money. Hacktivism's activities are focusing just to make a noise and awareness, and they create the panic between the cyber teams. So different motives, and to these different motives and the attacks are slightly different, right? As most common attacks and activities we see related to the phishing cases, scam activities, fraud cases, related to the malware, sophisticated attacks, ransomware attacks. So these are the recent and the common activities which we see nowadays, and they're becoming more sophisticated and more sophisticated. From each single attack, the defense measures should be taken differently. Again, because the attack path is totally different. Like ransom attack compared to the phishing attack, it has its own end goal and its different goal. So if we take an example, like if the threat actors are sitting and they're in a group of 5, they're creating phishing website, then the victim will leave their credentials details on this phishing website. Then the threat actor can sell this data, collected data, into the dark web. Then this information from the dark web can be purchased by another threat actor. This another threat actor will use these credentials details in order to access the real user account, for example, of the financial institution, as an example. So and then it can bypass, or the threat actor can reach the account and then can make a money transfer to the certain in other country, for example. So to another threat actor of their group. So this is the sort of chain of their activities, and in each stage there can be taken measures. For the phishing detection and response, there can be brand protection capabilities. For the detection of the dark web card mentions and compromised credentials details leakage, it should be dark web monitoring, deep dive monitoring capabilities in place. To then not let the threat actor to access from the fraudulent location or fraudster to the real account of the user, there should be fraud prevention capabilities are in place. To freeze the transaction to the certain country, if it's a big amount of money, there should be EFM technologies should be in place. And then if, for example, all of this failed, the goal has happened of the threat actor, they reached to the end mission, the only way is to conduct the investigation case, right? So in order to dive deep into the activity and to help actually to investigate and work with the law enforcement agencies, with the local police to catch these threat actors. At the same time, of course, it's important to have all of these measures are in place in order to prevent and not wait the threat actor to come and reach to their end goal. So that investigation at the end of the day can be conducted in the early stages if we see this attack and threat is really big. So that's, I would say, some of the defense measures. Another important aspect is to provide the trainings, readiness assessment, compromise assessment in case of the ransom activities, because nowadays we see really sophisticated activities are happening and they're not really well known. So it's really new type of the activities and new types of the malware which threat actors are utilizing. So it's important to have the health, I would say, checks between what is environment, because some of the malware, they can sleep within the environment, right? And they can be exploited at any point of time. So in order to perform this check, there should be compromise assessment in place. There should be trainings for the team for the readiness assessment and to for the team to be ready for the incident response activities. So the knowledge transfer and the training capabilities of real-time simulation is really important. So such measures are essential. I would say nowadays to take as preventive measures in order to combat and be proactive against the cyber criminals. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Igor. I have few offshoot questions also, but yes, I have been advised we are running short of time. So if there is any question from the audience, so most welcome, please. No question? Okay, if there is no question, I have one last question. Okay, I will just go to Igor, and anybody else can contribute in that also. See, we have the last answer which you mentioned. We have a very fragile, global supply chain systems. where the parts are coming from different entities to contribute toward the development of the ecosystem. So by having this very fragile, this global supply chain system, how do you think that it is practically possible for for an country to be very sovereign as far as the technology is concerned? You are relying a lot many things on the other, like semiconductors, the rare earth materials which are coming from the a lot many areas. So which having a very this geopolitical tension and having a very fragile global supply chain system, how a nation could be sure of the sovereignty keeping in view all these areas? So if you would like to comment on this, I don't know if I could express my question or not because it's just offshoot of your last mentioning.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you for such attention. I feel shy even a little bit because it's not fair chances of the questions for the audience. Um, uh, uh, um, so from our perspective, I would say that yes, the situation is cross border. It's in many countries, and today is in the world. It's a lot of uncertainties are happening. So what we see from our perspective as the key, and I will repeat it also for the third time because I think it's the key sort of mindset with which I came today on this conference, is the key for such defense measures is the collaboration between the main stakeholders, between the main organizations on the country level, on the national level. The critical infrastructures are located between the defense ministries on the different ministry level, on the financial sectors, on oil and gas, on the retail sector, on the telco sector. All of the sectors are the critical infrastructures, which, and not only, of course, I'm just naming few of them. Of course, it's much, much broader. So, and the key expertise and the key community of sharing the expertise, of creating the national platform which allows to build a centralized detection monitoring capabilities and tools will be the key these years in order to combat against this and not to face sort of, it doesn't matter if it's a geopolitical issue or not. So having the right sort of collaboration with the private organizations as well involved and in place, which allows actually to cross this cross-border I would say operations, because, for example, as Group IB, we are official partners of Interpol, Afripol, and Europol, right? So these law enforcement organizations, as a police, they are acting in totally different countries with the support of local police in each country. So for us, for example, as there are some open public cases exist, sometimes the investigation process of cybercrime are taking more than 7 or 8 or 10 years in order to investigate the cyber criminals because they're spread in totally different countries. And it's really jurisdictionally really difficult. That's why having the law enforcement capabilities in place and to reach to the proper jurisdictions with with their local law enforcement, which then can help to move it forward. It's a timely exercise, but it's the only way how we can make it happen. So again, having the collaboration between all of this umbrella of different organizations aligned in one, having the centralized capabilities which each entity in each organization will benefit from, including the private organizations which has this like collaborations and the relationships outside of the country, it helped to strike actually and get ready to the analysis and investigation procedures against the cyber attacks and cyber threat activities.
Thank you very much, Igor. So if there is no question, we have already overshot the time. I thank my all panel members, worthy panel members. Thank you very much. And I can close my panel here. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you, Dr. Nazir, for moderating this session, and thanks to all our speakers for this session. Quickly moving on. Next in, we have Mr. Christian Jalk, Regional Sales Engineer, CrowdStrike. He will deliver his presentation on smart attacks, smarter defenses, AI's role in modern cybersecurity. Also, a special thanks to him for especially coming for this event only. So please welcome Mr. Christian Jalk.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? It's always a pleasure to be here in Karachi, Pakistan. I'm so happy to be here with you. Chris is here from CrowdStrike. They already introduced me. Just think of introducing myself again. They told me you only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to be very straightforward and start immediately with my presentation. Perfect. This number, 51 seconds. This number actually indicates how fast an attacker can start lateral movement in your organization. Now, you might tell me, Chris, you're just using this number to grab our attention and just to move forward with the presentation. It's true, I want to grab your attention. However, it's unfortunately real. This number is real. Attackers today, within 51 seconds, can actually start performing lateral movement in your environment. And you'll tell me how. Unfortunately, they are socially engineering you. It's not something new. Social engineering's been there for a while. We're used to it. However, the problem is that today, I have rainbows on my screen, guys. Yeah, so they are socially engineering you. These guys are becoming extremely creative. What you're seeing on the screen right now might be a harmless interview session. It's actually a remote session. You see the interviewers on Zoom, and you see the candidates having the presentation, having the discussion. What we don't know is that, unfortunately, these guys are DPRK operatives. These guys actually bypassed background checks and were hired at companies. Igor was talking shortly or previously about deepfakes, right? We're seeing a huge spike in deepfakes today. Attackers are becoming extremely creative. They are trying to impersonate identities. They are trying to trick entities in order to penetrate their organization. Introducing Famous Cholima. Famous Cholima is a nation-state actor that is related to North Korea. These guys are very creative. They tend to use generative AI to actually breach organizations. And when we say the usage of generative AI, it's not just a basic generative AI assistant. It's a very well advanced AI assistant that's actually designed to give you realistic deepfakes where actually they can impersonate any nationality, they can impersonate any human, and they're actually believable. Like you can have an actual discussion with these guys and think it's an actual person, right? And we see the huge fake and a huge spike in the usage of deepfake videos and the usage of creation of fake identities or fake LinkedIn profiles to actually trick attackers or to actually trick recruiters. You can see quick examples of actual LinkedIn pages that are actually fake. You can see the images are generated by AI. And these guys, they tend to say that, you know, they come from big entities, usually FANG, like Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google. And they try to be very persuasive. Like they tell you that I have, let's say, 10 years of experience in software development. I can do this, I can do that, and I can add a huge value to your environment. Once they get hired, the game is over. So I prepared a quick demo just to demonstrate exactly how easy it is for an attacker to actually impersonate an identity. Just a disclaimer, what I'm going to show you now is not in the intention of impersonating any Pakistani individual or to do anything. What you're seeing on the screen is actually myself. So funny story about this part. Every time I land in Karachi, people start talking to me in Urdu. They think that I'm Pakistani. I look like Pakistani, but unfortunately I'm not Pakistani. And my colleague Osman, is with us here. So he told me, you know, Chris, moving forward, when we go to meetings, I'll start introducing you as Adil Khan. And I said, okay, Adil Khan is okay. So I had the idea of actually creating a fake LinkedIn profile with the name of Adil Khan. It's actually my photo. I just performed face swap. Again, the tools that I'm using are very basic tools. These are not the tools that the adversaries are using, but it's just for the sake of the demo, just to see exactly how easy it is for us to do that. You can see that this Adil Khan is actually a software developer. He's a team leader. He's been in the market for 10 years doing software development. He worked at Kareem. He worked at big entities here in Karachi. And to a certain level, it's believable, right? Now, when I combine this with an actual CV that actually shows my actual experience and shows exactly, the companies that I worked in, combine it with a fake email address, which is an actual email address that I created, which is actually Adil Khan as well, at Gmail. And then I can simply go to Glassdoor websites, and I can just start applying randomly for jobs. The most scary part is that I can apply for infinite amount of jobs. Like every time I can change my face, every time I can create a fake LinkedIn profile, and I can start moving forward with the discussion. And what if they ask for an interview, right? I'm a remote user. I work outside of Pakistan, for example, and I can simply use the software to do face swaps. Again, it's a basic software. You can tell that it's still Chris, right? But imagine that with just 4 CPUs or 4-core processor, I was able to create this face. Imagine today if I was an actual attacker with huge computing resources, I can actually create profiles that are extremely identical to real humans, and the attackers or the recruiters will not be able to identify or differentiate between these users. And these are an examples how I can switch my faces to multiple identities. I can even wear glasses to make it more believable. And the good thing about this software is that even if I talk, it will translate my voice to the language of my recruiter. So if I'm applying for a job in Karachi, I can speak Urdu. I don't speak Urdu, I speak English, right? So when I talk, it will automatically translate to Urdu, and it's extremely believable. And on top of that, I can use it on Zoom. So even if they send me a link to do like an actual interaction with them, I can connect to them on Zoom with this fake profile. Don't take photos of this, it's not my best shape, but you can see like it's not me. I have glasses, I have fake images. It's actually faking an identity or impersonating an identity. Now, on top of that, I'm not a software developer. However, I'm applying for a job of software developer. How can I trick the technical guys at the entity to actually take me? So what I can do is I can also use an AI assistant agent to help me answer questions in real time in a technical interview. So what you're seeing on the screen is, this is the test that the recruiter shared with me. And what I can do here is I can open on the side an invisible window that's actually backed up by ChatGPT or backed up by basically any AI, generative AI that I can think of. Claude, all of that are publicly available out of the box within this tool. And you will see now that when I share my screen to the guys or to the recruiters or the technical people, they will not be able to see that I'm using a tool. So they will think that I'm actually doing the interview with them and I'm answering questions in real time. Again, it's a basic tool. The attacker is doing a lot of advanced things, but you get the point today. And the other challenging part is that it's not just about impersonating identities, it's about going to the extreme. And when we say going to the extreme, it's about passing background checks. Now you'll tell me, how can someone pass a background check, right? And I'm gonna tell you, it's extremely easy to create fake identities. What you're seeing on the screen is an impersonated national card, Pakistan national card. It's not perfect. I used a free tool to generate it, but you get my point, right? I'm not an attacker, and I was able to do that. Imagine if I'm backed up by a government and I wanted to breach an entity. I mean, I have unlimited resources. I can forge any identity. And this is just for one use case. I can create multiple identities, as you see. These are different faces with different names, with different social security number. I can create passports. I can create visas. I can do whatever I want. It's scary, but it's true. Now, how did I do it? I just went to one of the AI engines, and I simply told them, look, I have a demo in Karachi, and I want to show how easy for an attacker to generate identities. And they believed me, actually, which is true, but you get my point. So I was actually able to tell this AI assistant to create a realistic image of an identity card. And you see, as I clicked generated, it was automatically populated on the screen. Laptop farms. So once the attacker manages to pass the background checks and get hired at a company, they are actually plugging those laptops into laptop farms. Now, what is a laptop farm? The challenge is that if I was an attacker operating from North Korea and I wanted to trick a recruiter in Pakistan, I would simply go to someone that is actually based in Pakistan and tell them, I'll give you money, but whenever they send you a laptop, open the laptop and plug it into this network. Now, what this network does, it's actually a laptop farm. So it's a huge infrastructure operated by adversaries that's available all over the world. And it allows the attacker to remotely access these machines. And from the entity perspective, it's basically as the user is operating from its actual home. Like it could be an IP coming from Karachi, coming from Pakistan, but actually the attacker is logging in from North Korea, or logging in from India, or logging in from somewhere else in the world. And the other challenge is that once they have access to the machine, they can authenticate, because they have access now. They have a real username and password. They have an identity in the environment. They have an Active Directory account. You see, this is Adil Khan. And once Adil Khan has access to the environment, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. 5 years ago, whenever we say the word command and control, we used to think it's a CMD, it's a PowerShell, it's a script, it's a very advanced thing that normally users will not be able to differentiate. But that's not the case anymore. Anyone can be an attacker, unfortunately. So what they are using today is RMM tools, remote access tools. This is an example of AnyDesk. Another example could be TeamViewer. These tools are usually whitelisted by entities. In fact, they are used by IT administrators to perform some remote task within the organization. Now, the question here, how can I differentiate between a legitimate AnyDesk application and another AnyDesk application that's actually deployed by North Korea or by India to attack my organization? So, quick recap of the attack kill chain of this adversary. So first, they start by shaking hands with the recruiter, having access to the environment. Once they get access, they already had some internal discussions with people within the country. They will convince them, they pay them money, they convince them to receive those laptops and plug them into their network, which is a laptop farm infrastructure. Once they log in to the environment, they deploy their RMM tools, which is, again, tools that are not detected by antivirus, tools that are legitimate to the operating system. Once they do that, they start basically collecting paychecks. So they are actually employees in the environment. So they collect paychecks and they wait. They wait for two scenarios. Whether they stay until they get terminated, try to have connections, try to exfiltrate data, or they go full hostile mode and they actually try to attack the entity. First, they start exfiltrating the data, then potentially they might encrypt, lock and leak the environment, ask for money, and so on and so forth. $44 million is the number of estimated fraud by this adversary. Imagine, it's not a small number, it's a huge number. This shows you that they succeeded multiple times. Unfortunately, the most vulnerable asset in any organization is the user. I guess you are all cybersecurity professionals today, you agree with me. You can protect basically anything, but you cannot protect the user, right? Or you cannot prevent the user from doing mistakes. But at the end of the day, the main question, like why I'm here today, right? Chris, you told us everything, that's good, but how do we defend against it? How can we move forward, right? I showed you the issue, but how can we fix it? And I will highlight a few countermeasures that, based on our humble experience in the market, we know exactly how to defend against these kind of attacks. The most and the first important part is actually you need to have a system or a solution that actually monitors for RMM tools. And when we say RMM tools, I don't want a software to tell me, okay, you have this amount of AnyDesk in your environment. No, I want the software or I want the solution to tell me exactly the number of rogue RMM tools that I have in my organization. So you need threat hunting approach. The second point, you need to have a secure baseline, secure operating system. You need to have a benchmark in your environment. You need to have some sort of policy that goes every 24 hours, twice a week, to check all of the rogue VPN tools, all of the rogue RMM tools, and remove them or uninstall them from the machine. The third point, you should not have standing privileges. This is where we circle back to something called just-in-time access. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Many of you, I've seen that you're using PAM solutions, you're using privileged access management solutions, which is very good. What we need to have here is another layer, which is just-in-time access, that actually protects standard user accounts and not just privileged admins or privileged identities. What I need to do is I don't have to keep, or I don't need to keep a domain admin all the time available in my environment. Instead, I want this domain admin to get access to specific tasks for just amount of time. This minimizes the risk big time, because even if this domain name was compromised, the attacker will not be able to do anything, because he has to go through the SOP internally and try to request an account within the environment. The fourth point, and it's my favorite actually, because we cannot do anything today if we are not aware of who is our enemy. You agree with me today? We don't have a malware problem, we have an adversary problem. My enemy today is the attacker. My enemy is not the malware, is not the tool, is not the AI. My enemy today is the attacker itself. Once I understand the infrastructure of the attacker, once I understand their tactics, techniques, and procedures, this is where I can start protecting my environment and stop breaches. So I need to have integrated threat intelligence within my operations. And the last point is proactive threat hunting. Many tools today, they follow the rule of reactive approach, which unfortunately doesn't work today. What we need to have, or what we need to do, is proactive threat hunting. I need to continuously monitor my environment for any suspicious activities. And I don't need to rely, or I don't want to always rely on the technology itself, because there's no silver bullet in cybersecurity. You agree with me on this one, right? We need to have proactive threat hunting to continuously monitor and track all the activities in my environment and take action on the spot. The best part is you don't have to do this alone. We are here. Come from CrowdStrike. I have to mention CrowdStrike in just 2 slides. You don't have to do this alone. Circling back to stopping famous Cholima. CrowdStrike stopped more than 300 attempts of famous Cholima in the past 6 months, which is a huge number, guys. 300 attempts. Imagine how many other attempts were actually succeeded for customers that are not for CrowdStrike. So we are really doing a good job in identifying those tactics, techniques, and procedures and preventing breaches in real time. Now, technically speaking, how we are doing that, right? So going back to the attack kill chain, you see the initial access, they got higher, then they start to do some persistence, and this is the first strike that we do. This is where our Overwatch, which is our proactive threat hunting team, automatically detects anomalies within the network, anomalies within the actual laptops that are working from home, and identify that this is plugged into a laptop farm, hence automatically alerting the users. The second attempt, this is where they try to install RMM tools like AnyDask, TeamViewer, all of that. This is where our engine, our AI engine, identified this as a malicious pattern and immediately neutralize it on the spot. That was my presentation. I want to thank you so much for your attention. I tried to be quick. How's on the time? It's good? Very good. So if you need anything, please feel free to chat with me offline. Thank you so much for this day. Take care.
Thank you, Christine. We love your energy. Please give him a big round of applause once again. And I guess this is the right time to give a tea break sponsored by RevBits. So please enjoy your tea, come up with some energy for the rest of the day. And we'll start our session right after 15 minutes. Thank you.
technology leader, forge for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load under cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load under cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries, the load under cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are
Check this.
We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load under cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load on your cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where a vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky.
Hello, hello, hello. Perfect.
We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load on your cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where a vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load on your cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load on your cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team, track almost 1,000 APT groups worldwide and cooperate with global security organizations. As a cybersecurity leader, we create a mature, scalable product ecosystem for business that provides ultimate protection from all possible cyber attack vectors. We understand the needs, trends, and challenges of different industries and reduce the load on your cybersecurity personnel. We innovate and build a Kaspersky cyber immunity ecosystem where a vulnerability or bad code are no longer a big deal. Protect your business from all possible cyber threats and build a cyber immune future with us. Kaspersky. Bring on the future. We are Kaspersky. We are Kaspersky, a cybersecurity trusted partner and technology leader, forged for corporate business. 220,000 of corporate clients in 200 countries already trust us due to our proven global expertise and best-in-class products, confirmed by multiple international awards and recognitions. We are transparent and independent. We have relocated cyber threat-related data storage and processing to Switzerland and offer our source code for external reviews in 10 international transparency centers. We detect cyber attacks from all around the globe, and we know everything about threats from their source, daily detecting new attacks, threats, and malicious files. We help to crack the most sophisticated attacks ever known. Our security experts, including Kaspersky Great Team,
Everyone would request you to please settle down. We are starting in 2 minutes. I would request everyone to please settle down. We are starting in next 5 minutes. People who are standing at the back, I would request everyone to please settle down so that we can start our show. जो लोग अभी तक खड़े हुए हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज बैठ जाएं ताकि हम अपना शो दोबारा स्टार्ट कर सकें. So we have found a cell phone here. If anybody is missing his or her cell phone, please contact Tala here. किसी का फोन यहाँ पे मिला है चाय के पास, तो अगर किसी का फोन मिस हो गया है ऐसे ही ले लें, ऑप्शन की क्या जरूरत है. Tala, can I have you on stage, please? Can you come here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. चाय कॉफी पी ली है तो कुछ मुजाहरा हो जाए कि जरा एनर्जी आ गई है वापस. कुछ जोश दिखाएंगे आप लोग में? कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा चाय से? थोड़ा सा और, थोड़ी सी एनर्जी. थैंक यू, बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों ने इतनी मेहनत की तालियां बजाने के लिए. सो नेक्स्ट वी हैव टू स्टार्ट द सेशन. We have Mr. Faraz Rafiq, Senior Security Consultant from MBCom. He will deliver his presentation on responsible AI strategy and robustness. So please welcome Mr. Faraz and give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. So today we are going to discuss the responsible AI. My name is Faraz Rafiq and I am a senior security consultant. Thank you very much for having me with you. Okay, so I think we are talking a lot about AI from the university to organization to city, country, and every now and there. And we all principally agree there is a surge about 1000% when it comes to AI expertise. And by the way, how many of you agree that there is a surge, exponential surge in the AI expertise? Could you please raise your hand? Only 10 people? Okay, so thank you very much. I just want you guys to shake your legs. So this is reality. AI, we are talking a lot. In fact, in the last 20 years, this is the only jargon I have witnessed from the CEOs. They are talking to each other about AI. They want to learn AI and inculcate AI in their organizations. So there are some of the facts, like AI is there for automation, AI is there for innovation. You can do a quick task with the help of AI, and there are concerns, legal concerns, security concerns, but the bottom line of the issue is all about data. So data we can use in a useful manner, in a lawful manner, or in an awful manner. So we as a security practitioner, we are talking about a lot in the last 15, 20 years about the data exfiltration every now and then. But with the induction of AI, now we are moved towards from the exfiltration to the infiltration. And that's a gift from the Gen AI. I do not want to discourage about the Gen AI, but these are some of the facts. We all know that the phishing email, there's a deep fake announcement, then there is a poison. So there is a lot to talk about the infiltration, and this is very very core of the AI security issues. So that is why I picked the topic that how we can maintain our responsible AI and what are the basic principles of responsible AI. And the first and the foremost is the fairness. Fairness means when we are building the system, the data should not be biased. I'm just giving you the example that historically there is an HR system where we, using the technique called match used to match the skill set, match the background, match the years of experience a person and having, and they get you into the job. But with the induction of AI, not all the HR system, but we start listening about the origin issues, the gender issues, the discrimination issues. So when we are building the AI, fairness is the core part. So there are 4 basic principles when we are talking about the responsible AI. The first one is the fairness, that data should not be the biased. And the second principle is all about transparency. If someone is saying, okay, we have the AI system, we have a LLM and Gen AI and Agentic and Agent AI and so on and so forth. And then we are doing something, we are doing wonders. But we have every right to ask what is the model they are using behind the system, what is the technique. This is no more a black box technology. So we can openly discuss that how we develop these things. So the second core thing is the transparency, that how our organization is building their AI practice. And this is your right, by the way. The third part is all about accountability. When we are making and developing a system, so we should take care of the complete process end to end. It should be fair, fair in terms of non-biased. It should be transparent. It should not be black box. And the third one, that the way we are developing the system. So because we are playing with the data. So the third principle about the responsible AI is all about the accountability of the development process itself. And the last principle is all about privacy and security. So we can't stop people using LLMs and Gen AIs, but for example, I'm just giving you one of the example. If any of the employee sending email to their boss, they want to make the grammar correct. But I have witnessed many times that they copy the whole email and send it to the AI. So this is dangerous. So they're sending, for example, if they are sending email for a promotion of a guy, so they are sending the complete data to that without taking care of the privacy. So privacy is the 4 core principle when we are building the system based on the responsible AI. And these are four of the key principles we are in responsible AI. Now let's talk about the strategy. Just to deep dive further, I'm from the tech background. So we can pick any of the model. Nowadays, it's all about AI, TMM, this is a maturity model. You can pick the Google AI framework. You can pick any of the framework to ensure that there should be a fair and non-biased data. And if there are any regulatory requirement, you can meet. And the last, ethical operation. So there are 3 basic things when we are building the system. The first one is all about the data, what data you are selecting. The second thing is all about what model you are picking. And the third thing, when you are in the production, the inference. So that's the key 3 strategies when you're planning AI development within your organization and when you're planning to induct AI as a strategy in your organization. So data. First of all, data, as I discussed, should not be biased. Otherwise, if you start inputting the data for the sake of business, this will create a lot of discrimination, and we ended up having disaster. So there should be a class balance in the data. The second thing is the quality. If there are some labeling issue, there are some missing data, we can always fill with the help of imputations. So that's very simple. And the last thing that we should take care about the leak and infiltration by observing the complete end-to-end process of the data. So starting from the data, now move to the model. Whatever the model we are picking or choosing, that should follow the trustworthy AI thing. That model should be straight, clear, not a black box model. And there are many models available. You can always pick the trained. I'm not a big fan of a very trained models. And the one reason is that when you pick the trained model, there is a high chance that it can give you the result after 6 months to 1 year. And there are chances that LLM cannot give you the results all the time. So you can always pick the foundation model, the decision tree, Bison. There are many DL models. You can pick and apply the technique. We are in the security. We can pick the Shapley as well as in technique. It's just very simple to apply. And this is something we can build through the foundation. The second biggest thing when you're choosing the model, for example, if your boss is asking, okay, let's find out the risk results. So you can find out from the LLM. You just enter your data prompts to the LLM and it will give you the scores. But sometimes that LLM cannot give you how they get to that score. If someone is giving like 8, the risk score is 8, and LLM has informed us. But how you get to that results? Sometimes that's a very difficult task. But if you are building through the foundational models or the deep learning model, through the natural processing, you can know that how you get to those results. So that's the key between using the LLMs and foundation. I'm not totally discouraging using the LLMs. You can use it for the labeling, you can use it for the balancing, but you cannot forget that if data is yours and you need a concrete result, then you have to use one way or the other the foundation models. So that's the key when we're talking about the responsible AI. The third thing is all about robustness, that how you make your system learn. For example, if I make my system learn to understand the circles or boxes. And what if someone asks about the triangle? So what could be the return of LLMs? Generally, LLMs, there is an issue. They combine the secondary type to empower those results. And that is where the robust AI comes into play. And for that, you can always use the AutoML. AutoML is an organization who you can pick to choose the right model for your use cases. So it doesn't necessarily always need the big names. You can pick some of the very foundational models, and that can work you big time with your own data. Inference is something when your system is in the production. And honestly, the biggest issue we encounter during inference. Why? So there is a privacy leakages. How the privacy leakages work? If someone wants to test your ML, they start questioning your system, and slowly and gradually they start understanding your technique. That is why I assist you that I preferred you to use the Shapley techniques. These are the common techniques. All the Python libraries are available, and you can easily pick and inculcate in your system. So that's the first issue. The second is the context misalignment. The context misalignment is something, if the same organization is operating in Pakistan and you put the same system in the US, so that doesn't necessarily work in the same way. So that is misalignment or your context. And the third thing is all about the concept drifting. The concept drifting is something when your data is not relevant after a certain period of time. And you can always correlate your LLMs or the foundation with the traditional compound-based learning. So these are some of the things we generally encounter during the inference when the system is in production. So what is truth? AI is expensive. How many of you agree with me? AI need a lot of, okay, thank you. And AI need a lot of expertise. Agreed. So just to give you the basic, that's not the truth. So if you talk about the big stuff, that's fine. But the truth is that you can always do a private AI with the very basics. Okay? So it doesn't necessarily you always use others' data to fulfill your organization use case, and you can allow other organizations to use your data for their use cases. So that is where the private AI comes into play. So you can build, and Broadcom, we as in Broadcom can help you to build a private AI with the help of some of the very foundational model in a very low cost. Okay, thank you. So how we are operating right now? The one way is doing that we have blocked all the LLMs. This is rightly so. If we allow them, then the risk score will be high. Identify the users in the organization, then we have to identify what are the applications we need, and then we can check that how we can share the data. And that classification is very important when we talking about the data. And the second thing is that we, as in Broadcom, have a biggest database of getlets. We have more than 100 getlets available. Generally, how you evaluate your application. What is the way to evaluate application? Okay, we have to allow this Gen AI or LLM. Is there any way? So there is a BRR rating. That's a business readiness rating. And generally, this rating can help you. You can go to the BRR website and find out what is that particular application rating. And it can help you big time. And it can help you in your decision making at the same time. And if you're using the Broadcom technology, so we have more than 100 getlets available, 300 products BRR available on our website. The second thing is to identify the risk and track and monitor data, both from going inside to outside and from coming inside, because there is a privacy issue and there is a privacy leakage issue. These are both the separate use cases. So we have to identify and investigate not only the on-premises but the over the cloud, because that's not something, I mean, like, we are not restricting to on-premises only. And that is where the semantic cloud SOC can help you big time with a gateway to how to restrict the application, whitelist the application, allow the certain path and allow certain data in your organization. And that's very adaptive. And we have all the BRR rating available for all the Gen AI applications. So that's it from my side. I try to make it crisp. The bottom line is that AI is a need, but we all need to be cautious by selecting the right model when it's in the training model and when in an inference. Thank you very much for your time and have a good session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faraz, for the very dynamic presentation. Next in, we have another very experienced resource from Kaspersky, Mr. Anas Naseem, Pre-Sale Manager, Pakistan and Afghanistan, who will deliver his presentation on Built for Defense, Securing the Cloud Native Frontier. So, Mr. Anas Naseem, can we have you on the stage? He's just setting up the mic. Mr. Anas, can we have the please round of applause for Mr. Anas?
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, my name is Anas Naseem, and I am pre-sales manager for Pakistan and Afghanistan for Kaspersky. And I have recently joined this organization in last January. Before that, I was working with some Kaspersky partner. So, I'm here to present you about container security. So, let's start. So before moving into how Kaspersky addresses container security, let's take a look on what organizations are facing challenges in this particular space. So most of the organizations are facing challenges in the security for this when they are using containerized workload. Most of the organization does not even know about what's running inside their containerized application or infrastructure. Sorry, this thing is not properly working. Yeah, most of the organization does not know about what's running inside their containerized application or infrastructure. What makes it more difficult is since this skill set of container security or containerized application is very rare, what makes it more difficult when this skill set is not readily available in the market. So it leads most of the organization often blind to misconfiguration or maybe some vulnerabilities or maybe some malicious activities remain undetected inside the containerized infrastructure. Sorry. About the traditional endpoint security solution, people think that these antivirus solutions or endpoint security solutions, these are perfect for this providing security to even the containerized application. but which is not the case, since these endpoint security solutions are designed for providing security to traditional servers, maybe workstations or laptops, and they does not fit in when it is about the dynamic workloads, like where containers are spinning up and down, getting down in seconds, or maybe they are using distributed architecture, or something like the traffic is going on east and west side of the cluster. So they are failed to provide dedicated security for such unique infrastructure. So the takeaway here is very clear that people are facing issues in container security, and the legacy tools are not sufficient to provide security for such unique infrastructure. So we need a purpose-built solution that provide us end-to-end visibility and control for this dynamic containerized workloads. So as we discuss about the security being the #1 challenge, let's discuss about some attack examples, starting from the, and also the attack surface that is involved in the containerized application or infrastructure. Starting from the registry, where your images and configuration files, manifest, or maybe infrastructure as a code are stored. Attack use case may start from supply chain attack using an image that has malware inside it and the developer does not know it. Or maybe somebody poisoning the image in the registry, or maybe somebody getting the access to image, or getting access to the registry and replacing the actual image with the compromised image. Then comes another very big attack surface, that is when it comes to configuration of the Kubernetes. A lot of attack leverages from this misconfiguration of Kubernetes. So basically, Kubernetes is actually the management layer of complete containerized environment. So somebody has access to it, may have the access to whole platform. So a lot of, as I mentioned, that a lot of attack leverages from this misconfiguration, but whenever any attack or something malicious happens, that always happens inside the container layer. Maybe it is for getting the shell access, or getting some stored password in the containers, or maybe privilege escalation, or something like the data exfiltration, or maybe for malware execution inside the container. So everything happens inside the container layer. So here are some attack examples from the past days from our region. Whenever you see some attacks, whether it is some government-based company, or maybe some banking sector organization, oil and gas, or any other organization, whenever there is containerized workload is using and it is not properly secured, and each organization is at the risk of getting compromised. So you can see that all these attack examples have two things in common. Maybe they have some misconfiguration, or they have some vulnerability in their environment, which leverage the attacker or threat actor, and the result is always the same, that loss of millions of dollars. So what did Kaspersky do? We know that we need a dedicated solution for this unique infrastructure. So while developing or designing this product, we kept two things in mind and try to incorporate it in this product. First is it should address all the layers of the containerized workload in terms of security, not covering partial part of security requirement. And secondly, it should natively integrate with DevOps framework, as well as it should natively integrate with SIEM or SOC solution, so that you have all the visibility of what's going on inside the container infrastructure in terms of the forensic data or maybe the events. So let's take a closer look on how Kaspersky covers the container security. Starting from the registry on your left, this is a place where your images live before they are deployed to the production environment. KCS scans these images for any sort of vulnerabilities, any outdated packages, for some malware already pre-built inside the image, or maybe the sensitive data like plain text stored password or some private keys that are pre-built in that image, or maybe some misconfiguration like some unnecessary exposed ports or some unnecessary privileges given to some specific application. So KCS keeps on monitoring them, and the goal is simple, that the problem should be stopped before it reaches, before it even reaches your production environment. Then KCS controls what and how these images are deployed, and KCS, before some container spins up, KCS checks its security posture, and that security posture is being checked against the policies that you have built inside that solution. And if KCS founds any container or that specific container non-compliant or maybe vulnerable, it may stop the production and inform the DevSecOps teams to take further actions. So it is to ensure that only authorized workloads can run in your production environment. Moving on to the runtime protection, this is the place where threats or attacks may slip in if they evade image scanning. KCS monitors these runtime continuously for processes running inside the container. So any illegitimate, unwanted process that is running inside the container may be stopped, or for file operations, so that no unwanted or no unauthorized file modifications may happen. Plus, for the network communication among the containers as well as among the hosts that are running on this Kubernetes infrastructure. Also, for the real-time file threat monitoring, it is just like having an antivirus installed inside the runtime cluster, which keeps you secured from the malicious activities or any sort of malicious scripts. Runtime protection, it gives you continuous runtime protection, and not just at the deployment side, but throughout the container lifecycle. Finally, across the whole pipeline, KCS provides, enforces configuration compliance. It checks your Kubernetes cluster for any sort of security best practices, as well as the CIS benchmarks, or if there are any custom policies you have pre-built, it checks it for those policies as well, and keep you secured and compliant throughout the process with very less manual efforts. So this is the layered-based protection which we need to secure modern containerized infrastructure and against the modern-day evolving threats. So for a solution that is needed to secure some other solution, it is necessary for them to reside on the same platform. So we built this solution in containerized platform, and so it can be installed on your Kubernetes infrastructure. So basically, KCS has two main components. The first one is KCS scanner, and the second one is KCS agent. The KCS scanner is responsible for image scanning, as we have already discussed, and the KCS agent will provide you the admission control, configuration compliance, and the deployment checks, along with the runtime protection. It can be integrated with SIEM solutions, also with Kaspersky XDR and Kaspersky SIEM solution as well. And most importantly, we support public and isolated environment. We do not rely on any third-party analysis, so it can be deployed in isolated environment as well, and it will provide you complete security in the isolated environment as well. So let's talk about some value proposition. Since this is a new product, and we have been in market in 2.5 years, I guess. 2.5 years actually. But yet this product is built on 28 years of experience in terms of when infrastructure security is concerned. So very less other partners, other competitors have the product of such scale. So this product is very easy to set up and launch. Since due to the newness of this product, we made sure that this is really easy to set up and deploy. Whatever the automation can be done, it is already done inside this application. About the portability and flexibility, yes, this product is very portable and flexible. So if you are running this product in your isolated environment or your public cloud, and you decided to move to some another platform, like if you're running it on the public cloud and you want to move it to your on-prem isolated environment, yes, you can do this, because unless like other security vendors, we do not rely on any third-party analysis and anything that is required to run this inside the isolated environment. The only thing which we rely on is to get the updates for its malware database and the vulnerability database. We offer very simple licensing. For suppose if you are running 10 cluster nodes, you just need 10 licenses for KCS. If you plan to scale your infrastructure and add 10 additional nodes in the Kubernetes cluster, you just need 10 additional licenses for this. It doesn't matter how many containers are running inside. It doesn't matter what sort of CPU you are using, how many CPUs you are using. We don't care about it. It's just the number of nodes that you are running, and you can use the license. So about the roadmap, yes, this is a very important product for us, and we are really investing heavily in this product. Also, we had a very aggressive roadmap for this product in 2024 as well. And again, we have very aggressive roadmap in 2025 as well, because of the requirement and the need of this important security solution. So these are some features that were made part of the version 1.2 that was launched in Q2 2024. Later in 2024 Q4, we had another version that is version 2.0. And now we are focusing on 2025. The version 2.1 is ready for the launch in next month, that is August 2025. And the highlights of this update will be the advanced machine learning and behavior analysis for the host, as well as the protection capabilities enhancement in the host side. So telling all this, I mean to tell you that this product is really important for the market, and we know that, and we are heavily investing in it, because we want to make sure that the need is real, and it has to be not only best today, but it has to be the best product in the future. That's why we are heavily investing in this. Yeah, that's all from my side. This is me. You can always reach out to me if you have any questions, you like any POCs, demos, something like that. So thank you so much for bearing me. It was a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you, Anas Saab. Anas Saab, मेरा आपसे एक सवाल था. If I can have you back on the stage, please. Since Kaspersky is the exclusive sponsor for this event, and you are representing Kaspersky. तो बस ऐसे ही बैठे-बैठे एक थोड़ा off the topic सवाल है, but bear with me. कि सुनने में ही आता है कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी और इन्फोसेक की डिमांड आजकल बड़ी है, जो रिसोर्सेज की डिमांड है, और लोग एज सच है नहीं. सो व्हाट वुड यू एडवाइस कि जो यंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, जो सिंपल बैचलर्स कर रहे हैं मे बी अभी, how they can carve their future and their careers into this field?
सो बेसिकली कैस्पर्सकी से रिलेटेड नहीं, मैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड बात करते हैं कि आजकल एक शॉर्ट कमिंग मैं देखता हूँ स्टूडेंट्स में, यंग स्टूडेंट्स में, वो जस्ट डायरेक्टली जंप करना चाहते हैं ऑन साइबर सिक्योरिटी. ये मेरे हिसाब से ठीक अप्रोच नहीं है. एक्चुअली होना ये चाहिए कि दे शुड हैव सम फ्लेवर ऑफ नेटवर्किंग, देन फ्लेवर ऑफ सम सिस्टम्स, and then they come to the cybersecurity world. Again, coming back to your question, they should pursue their career towards cybersecurity, but जो foundation है उसका खास तौर पे ख्याल रखना चाहिए. प्लस साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे आपने कहा कि बहुत ज़रूरत है, लेकिन लोगों को अंदाज़ा नहीं होता है इस चीज़ का. एक्चुअली अल्लाह ना करे हमारे पास बहुत सारे इंसिडेंट्स होते नहीं हैं, जिसकी वजह से अभी तक हमने फिजिकल सिक्योरिटी को बहुत इंश्योर कर लिया है. लाइक एवरी शॉप कीपर, एवरी मार्केट प्लेस हैज़ सम गार्ड्स, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बट जब बात होती है हमारे फाइनेंशियल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की, तो या फिर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स की या अदर प्राइवेट सेक्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की, सो जो हमें स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए, जितने एग्रेसिव स्टेप्स होने चाहिए, मे बी शायद उसका रीज़न ये भी है कि ड्यू टू दी बजट ऑफ ईच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो जो स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए वो अनफॉर्चुनेटली हो नहीं पाते. सो या इट इज़ द नीड ऑफ मार्केट एंड इट हैज़ टू बी देयर. Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the detailed answer. Please applaud him for his presentation. And moving on to our next speaker, we have Mr. Tariq Othman, Regional Sales Manager, Thales. He will deliver his presentation on building trust through Thales data security. So please welcome Mr. Tariq Othman on stage. Tariq Othman.
Hello? Yeah. Well, good afternoon. Thank you everyone for having me in my second home, Pakistan. So my name is Tariq Othman. I'm the Regional Sales Manager in Thales. I've been with Thales for the last 6 years. Today I'm going to take you to a journey where we talk about So today I'm going to take you to a journey where we talk about the modern threats and challenges and how Thales can help to overcome those issues. So just a small introduction about Thales. I'm sure that you are aware about Thales in some aspects. So Thales is not only a defense company or an aerospace. We are very fully focused on the cybersecurity part. Thales has a presence in 70 countries with nearly 100,000 employees across the world. We are fully focused in the cybersecurity part. Okay. So Thales offers a full portfolio of data protection and cybersecurity as well. So we provide data protection in rest, in motion, when the data is in use. We provide data activity and monitoring, WAF, monetization as well. Proudly, we are leaders in those products and technologies. Just to highlight a major acquisition Thales had last year, where we acquired one of the leader vendors for the data activity and monitoring, which is Imperva. So Imperva now is part of Thales, and it's part of our data security portfolio. So Thales in general, we protect the most valuable asset in every organization, which is data. And this is where we provide all kinds of solution when it comes to data discovery, classification, encryption, HSMs, general purpose HSM, payment HSM. So when we talk about digital transformation, it is something influence our lives on daily basis. So I'll take you a little bit back when we used to go to the bank to do some payment transaction, withdraw or deposit any money. We used to have a lot of paperwork to sign, to give, and so on with the teller. But nowadays, with the digital transformation trend, everything is online. So we use Apple Pay, we use Google Pay, we go to the banking application, we do all our transaction. This gives us an easy way to handle the digital transformation. It makes it available 24/7, and it doesn't require us to visit even the bank. I'm not sure like how many times we visit the bank. Activities are done online. The same thing goes when it comes to the healthcare. Most of our, we don't go a lot to, I mean, of course we go to the hospitals and clinics, but when it comes to the reportings, we don't have to go to the hospital or the clinic to get our report. Everything is online, everything is digitalized, so there is no paper, everything is paperless. And same goes to home, like the smart homes. More smart homes are evolving and happening. We use Alexa, turn on TV, turn on AC. So this makes our life easy, and we can see that digital transformation is reshaping our life. And when we talk about digital transformation, we can't ignore as well the cloud adoption in the market. A lot of organizations, they are moving into the cloud, migrating their data in the cloud. This can make it easy for their operation. They can benefit from a lot of services provided by the cloud service providers. But at the same time, it creates a lot of challenges, a lot of breaches, a lot of risks. The data is across everywhere, and visibility on the data and control on the data and the encrypted keys is no longer in our hand, which create a big risk. According to Thales Threat Report, 55% of IT resources, CISOs or IT managers, they find it difficult to manage the data in the cloud. 61%, they're facing issues when they configure their data through their APIs for misconfiguration. 24% only have knowledge where their data is. And 29%, they have control on their encrypted keys. And of course, 83%, they still have concern about their data sovereignty, which is a big topic and very important to adapt in your environment and your cybersecurity strategy as well, data sovereignty. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, whenever there is a digital transformation, whenever we are adapting new trend and new methods, there always be risks, breaches, compromises, and we have to be ready for that. To the second topic, which is the generative AI, I would give you some statistics. 11% of IT departments in every organization, according to the statistics from Thales, are already in talk to implement AI in their environments. 73% have allocated in their budget to implement AI, and 69% having concerns about the risk of AI. As you know, AI, it's a very powerful tool, We almost use it every day in our daily life when we need an information. It gives us an easy way to reach to the information. And this related to big mass of information, which creates issues, which create risks, which create challenges, especially to the CISOs. Usually, every CISO has two aspects when they deal with the AI. First, a lot of employees in the organization, they use either ChatGPT or DeepSeek to share their sensitive organization information, which creates a lot of risk and it can compromise the data. And even if the CISO implement an AI in their environment, they need to train the AI to benefit from the information. So AI, it's not, it's a journey, and it should be implemented in the right way. So the third topic, which I want to talk about today, is the quantum computing. Probably you are hearing more about it these days. Maybe we don't see it much, but we hear a lot that it's going to happen. So I'll give you a small example. You wake up in the morning, you want to order your coffee from your favorite coffee shop through an application. You do the payment, everything is done. Then you want to go to the office, you order an Uber, or I'm not sure if Kareem is there in Pakistan, or Uber, and you do your transaction. So basically you trust the application which you are using. You trust it with your payment, with your fund, and beneath this trust, there is encryption. And this is where we come from. If encryption is broke, then honestly, we are going to go back to the 90s, where all the data is exposed and breached, and all the environment will be in risk. So when we talk about quantum computing, see, it's going to happen. And we can see it more into a very critical industries, like aerospace, satellites, and so on. And we're going to see it more in our daily base industries as well. So when we talk about the encryption algorithm which we used in daily basis in the environments, we talk about the RSA, the DSA, the ECDH, which are used for encrypting the email, for the digital signatures, and so on. So existing encryption algorithm will start look really weak, like a wooden sword, and it will be broke easily when the quantum is there and when the hacker have this ability. And when we talk about a hacker, we don't talk about a person. He might be a person, he might be an organization, they might be a state even. So it's very important to be ready and to have the best security practice, the best encryption to accommodate and to protect your encryption algorithms. I'm not sure if you have heard about the Q Day. It's called the Quantum Day. So the Quantum Day is the day when the current encryption algorithm will be broken. It's not a horror movie, it's not a Hollywood movie, but it's a day will come soon, probably in few years. In this scenario, we can see that confidential communication will become exposed. All your communication, in the email, in the messages, the chats, WhatsApp, VPN, everything will be exposed. Financial system will be collapsed because all your online banking, the credit card transaction, even the fintech system will be all in risk. Digital identity and will be compromised as well. National security for each country, it will be exposed. It will be having a lot of breaches. It will affect the critical infrastructure as well. I'm not sure if you have heard about harvesting. So what usually hackers do at the now, so you encrypt the data, you are fully aware that you have your decryption keys with you in a very safe place. So you will say that, okay, hacker will come, he will take and steal the data, but it will not be used for him or for the hacker. But the thing is that harvesting, the hacker will keep the data with them, archive it until the Q day comes. And then they can decrypt it with their quantum computing, and they can expose all the data. So basically, quantum computing, it's happening. It's a very important topic. It's a big risk to every organization. Even in Gartner report, the recent Gartner report, where they provide the best security standards here, okay? So in 2023, Gartner has provided us with the standard security report, standard security for FIPS 203 until 205. But in 2028, they're expecting the effect of the quantum computing. So what I'm trying to say is, if we are not ready today, things will collapse tomorrow. And so start now, and you'll be the hero who secured the future. So enough of talking about issues and challenges and problems and Q-Day. We talk about solutions now. And we talk about how Thales can help you to protect your data, to avoid the Q-Day, to avoid having issues and challenges, and to comply with your compliance regulations. Either it's going to be a PCI DSS in the banking sector, or any local regulations you are having in your country. So risk discovery and crypto inventory. So Thales provides a tool to discover the old algorithm, encryption algorithm you have, in order to identify the vulnerabilities and provide you with a detailed report about what you need to change, what you need to improve, and what kind of legacy algorithm you need to change. Data protection and migration, this is the core business of Thales. We help customers and organizations to protect their most valuable assets, which is data. And how we can do that, we discover the sensitive data, whether it's going to be credit cards, IDs, any critical data which the organization can identify, we encrypt it. So whether the encryption will be in rest, in the application level, in the database, in the file, in the VMs, anywhere where the data resides. And we do encrypt the data as well when it's moving. So when we have site to site, DR to another site, so we protect the path with the military-grade solutions provided by our engineers, which is a leader solution which is called high-speed encryption. And we provide a secure link, not even only the data when it's encrypted in your environment, but we help and we secure the data when it's moving from one place to another. And of course, when you have the data encrypted, we provide you with the best, the safest place in the world, which is the HSM. The HSM, I would call it like a safe box. You keep all your encrypted keys in this safe box. You manage the access. You give the access to the authorized people, and you can control that. And of course, every intruder, every hacker, they will not only look for the encrypted data. The easiest way is to look for the keys. simple example, it's like you're having your house, you lock the door with your keys, so you think that the house is protected, but you left already the keys on the door. And any person would come and just open the door with the keys. So the best method for encryption as well is to protect the encryption keys in the safest place, which is the network HSM. So we provide encryption, HSMs, quantum resistant algorithm, and those capabilities are crypto agile, which means that if the customer has some kind of configuration or modification, depends on their requirement or depends on their environment, we do provide consultancy to the customers. We do provide modification to the algorithm or the encryption algorithm they require in order to enhance it, in order to improve it, and in order to protect their data. So in summary, there's a lot of challenges, modern challenges we can see when it comes to the cloud adoption, when it comes to the quantum computing, the generative AI. It's amazing things when we see it. It gives us a lot of capabilities, a lot of exposures to the data and the connectivity as well. But at the same time, when you adapt new technologies, risks start to happen and it starts to appear. So in order to adapt with a new trend, you need to always to keep equipped with the best security measures according to your security team or according to your security needs, or even according, and most importantly, according to the compliance regulations you fall under, even in any industry. So this is it from my side. Thank you, everyone. And I'm here around if you have any questions. And thank you. Have a great day. On time?
Thank you, Mr. Tariq, for your great presentation and very insightful talks. Now, moving on, you're going to have a very exciting panel discussion on evolving AI threats and digital banking. Syed Abdul Qadir, Executive Director, ID Consulting and Cyber Risk, PwC, to come on stage and take charge as the moderator, and he will invite his panelists as well. So, Mr. Syed Abdul Qadir.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I would request Mr. Asif Minai, CISO Habib Bank Limited, to come on the stage. Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza, CISO Askari Bank. Muhammad Ali Manzar, Bank of Punjab CISO. Syed Aun Abbas, Bank Al Habib, Chief Information Security Officer. And with us, a very learned professional from Kaspersky, Ahmed Ashraf. He is Senior Cybersecurity Consultant, and he will be connecting with us virtually. So thank you very much for joining. I think Ahmed has connected. Ahmed has connected. Okay, that's great. So I think, first of all, Big round of applause to Faisal Bhai, Total Communications. This is 17th year of consecutive information security international level of conference, and it is one of the leading cybersecurity conference in Pakistan. So literally big round of applause for them. And thank you very much, Faisal Bhai, for giving me the privilege to talk with this level of eminent speakers. So the topic is very critical. The discussion has been done by the other side of the table by many giants. For example, CrowdStrike, Kaspersky, and recently Thales, and from the state enterprises in the first panel from Ministry and like NTISB and DG CERT and all. So now I have to discuss the topic of AI and emerging threats, and mainly related to the digital banking with the other side of the table, the main banking industry. AI के बारे में एक बात कही गई थी कि मशीन को सौंप दी हमने अक्ले इंसानी. AI की वजह से मशीन को सौंप दी हमने अक्ले इंसानी. हाय क्या हो गई हमसे ये नादानी. तो आफ्टर AI, the evolution of AI has increasingly integrated into the whole banking sector. The banks has faced persistent and evolving cyber threats capable of, like you have seen, infiltration of the whole core banking environment, its allied system, evading the fraud detection system, exploiting deepfakes, voice cloning for the call centers and customer breaches, identity theft, and of course recent wave of geopolitical conflicts. So all leads to the impact the foundation of major and modern digital banking scenario. And these challenges require advanced cyber defenses and strategic regulatory action to safeguard banks and customers. These banking experts have to ensure robust defenses, not deterrence of the innovator, but working for catalyst to improve the innovation of the banking system. So keeping this in my mind, I would request everyone to take 2 to 3 minutes to share insight, especially your personal perspective and challenges you have encountered in the banks, so that you can deploy innovative strategies, as well as how can you manage it from the AI implementation. First, I would request to Asif Minai, please.
Can you hear me? I think when AI comes to mind, especially in the cybersecurity context, I think the points that I am going to talk about are pretty much mentioned in the AI context in other domains as well. But I think in cyber domain, some of the aspects that we need to, that we are challenged with, the top is the speed and scale with which AI is contributing to the overall threat landscape. So the speed and scale elements are very important in this context. The other aspect is obviously the offensive versus defensive strategy that one has to follow, especially in the AI context. So AI is working both ways in terms of creating offensive and then obviously having the defense management strengthened. The other aspect is obviously from a conventional technology perspective to an intelligent technology perspective. And that is where we are seeing a sea change in terms of the threats that we are facing. So the conventional methods are no longer enough for organizations in this context. And the last element, but not the least, is that it has to be humans with AI, not humans versus AI. I think that's a very important element that we need to keep in mind. While AI challenges are there, we need to prioritize AI elements in our technologies, in our defense strategies, because AI is something that is generally being used as a buzzword in a lot of fields. But effective utilization and prioritized utilization in your strategies is something that I would strongly emphasize upon. Leaving everything to AI is also damaging because the human element still holds value. So it has to be used in conjunction with AI. That's the point.
Thank you, Asif bhai. Very, very valid point. Jawad, please, if you can continue based on your experience.
Apart from agility and swiftly, AI I'll take the liberty in talking to multilingual so that to keep the interest of all of us. AI ने जहाँ agility और abilities बढ़ा दी हैं वहाँ मतलब हम जैसे जो we are sitting at the implementation side of this kind of AI. तो अब हमें भी सोचना है और even we are thinking to integrate into our tools कि हमें अब AI को embrace भी करना है और इसकी साइड जितनी भी आज presentations from the morning we have seen कि इस whole scary part of it. But from the defender side जो हम banks में बैठे हैं जो policy making side पे हैं जिन्होंने ये चीज़ें देखनी है actually we are embracing it like that way जहाँ किसी की speed कम है किसी की speed ज़्यादा है while embracing those technologies which are enabled for AI. I would highlight some of the points. मैं आपकी कादर भाई to interest of this forum बात हुई AI की और उसकी adversary sort of करने की. I was just reading a few days back जब मैं तैयारी भी कर रहा था for to talk this forum. ChatGPT is about to launch O3, which is a deep reasoning model. उससे जो code develop हुआ जब उसको assess किया गया तो उस assessment में ये पता चला कि जी ये code दुनिया के अगर 200 best programmers हों तो it reflects that code. Abhi, we are heading towards O4 and O5. What kind of sophistication we are heading towards? Rather, CEO of the SoftBank, yesterday I was reading his article. He said programming ab khatam ho jayegi. Matlab, we are heading towards that arena. English would be your programming language. This is the जहाँ एक तरफ AI आप change भी कर रहा वहाँ पे एक scary part भी है but the thing is human element रहेगा to tweak for the tweaking things. बाकी जहाँ पे defending side है layer 1, layer 2, software developers, QA, they are into जो ये वाली sides हैं definitely ये take over हो जाएंगी. ये एक scary चीज़ है but इतना आसान हो गया है AI की involvement में. If I want to search anything, any company, आप ओपन सोर्स पे जाएं आप बॉट्स को लिखें एजेंटिक AI की बात हो रही है अब हम ग्रेजुएट कर गए आप एक टास्क देंगे एंड टू एंड चीज़ें परफॉर्म हो जाएंगी जो भी प्रेजेंटर्स ने भी परफॉर्म की तो आई थिंक AI would be replacing it's in the higher pace I'm still at a national level or at a banking level we are trying to cope up हम इसका पॉजिटिव यूज इस्तेमाल करें मेरी टेक यही है अभी फिलहाल
वेरी वैलिड पॉइंट और इसी की वजह से शायद बैंकर ने ये सोच के शेयर कहा होगा ना कि AI जब लगाया तो ये साइबर सिक्योरिटी के लिए जो मैटर आया विच इज जिन पत्थरों को अता की थी हमने जिंदगी AI के लिए जिन पत्थरों को यानी मशीन को जिन मशीनों को या जिन पत्थरों को अता की थी हमने जिंदगी उनको जब जुबान मिली तो हम पे ही बरस पड़े तो टू कंटिन्यू दिस Ali is you have like huge experience of course and now you are transforming towards AI generation based technologies aap iske upar kuch baat kare please.
Yeah, so I think it's you should wear three lenses to look at the threats caused by AI. Of course there are AI generated threats we need to defend against it. Then there are threats arising because of the use of AI. Be it in banking when you decide whether to grant loan to someone or to identify a risk score. Then again, there are risk of embedded AI. Like many new applications and solutions they have now, they have embedded Gen AI, they have embedded. In security, we have been using AI for the last more than a decade now. I mean, old classic machine learning. So it's a three-pronged stage. I think security teams should be alert, should be aware of the AI, and we should sit with data team and the AI team. And in the last session that we learned, it was about how we can adopt a responsible way, in a responsible way to adopt AI in it. So AI is being used by threat actors. Now, it has actually lowered the barrier for sophisticated attacks, which earlier on required some human effort. I mean, we see the phishing emails generated with the help of AI in according to the context of the organization targeting. I have personally seen AI-generated social media pages of the officials, of higher officials of the bank. We have personally experienced the bots targeting bank infrastructure with AI, and they are mimicking the bots which are legitimate, like API calls that we receive on a regular basis. So it has actually, the use of AI not only has brought us convenience, but it has actually expanded the attack surface to some extent, and we need to be on guard. So our AI strategy, if it is stagnant in the last 6 months or 1 year, it means we are lagging behind, we might be insecure. As AI is evolving, so should we in terms of security.
Very valid point. And of course, leadership commitment is also very necessary. So on, you can add these points with the leadership commitment, okay, how you have cope up in that, your organization, and what tone at the top is required for the cybersecurity implementation with the support of all interdependent organizations.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yes, Abdul Qadir bhai, leadership is very important. In our experience, in my experience, I have seen that the business sides are very excited about AI because they see the scalability in AI, they see the speed in AI. Implementing AI, you can perform the jobs of a number of people which using a single compute. But at the same time, that implementing AI requires huge compute resources because before implementing, it has to be trained with appropriate training sets and appropriate use cases. Identifying the relevant use cases, training the system on those use cases, and implementing the training data for the delivery of services. This is first of all, I think this is the first and foremost important thing. Second is, we have to introduce here a term, I would say, responsible use of AI. Responsible use of AI, I mean, the developer who is integrating AI modules into the system should very well understand how it should behave in the positive manner, and they should also be able to predict how it will be behaving in a negative manner. So countering that, or to manage that, and to build up logic to avoid the negative implementation or negative behavior of the intelligent systems. This is something very important.
And it is very crucial as well. कहते हैं ना, इंसान को behavior सिखाना जो है ना वो घर से ही आ जाता है. AI को behavior सिखाना the most toughest job है. So I would request to Ahmed if you give your insights regarding these points.
So hello everyone. I hope that I'm clearly audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
Perfect. I'm glad to be with you, and I hope the next time I'll be with you physically in Karachi. So to me, the evolving AI threats is representing basically a paradigm shift where we are moving from attacks from being simple and opportunistic towards more sophisticated, harder to detect, automated, personalized, and launched at scale kind of cyber attacks. We see a hype of phishing and more personalized, not only well-crafted emails being sent, but mostly personalized with the advance of deepfakes, with those AI learning models learning victims, how they move, how they their facial expressions, their body language, making successful incidents that unfortunately we have been like through the last couple of years with more than 20 millions each of them. Moving towards more advanced attacks towards the banks with synthetic fraud identities, where we see a hype of use with the generative AI generating fake yet convincing identities for opening new accounts, new fraudulent accounts. Other attack vectors like the business email compromise, where those personalized emails are being sent to C-level executives, incorporated with other breeds of AI-assisted reconnaissance tools, gathering information from breached data, from leaked data, and from social networks, open source intelligence. On the technical forefront, we see attack vectors and recent studies about creating a polymorphic and metamorphic malware, which more of a sophisticated kind of implementation. Like for those who do not know, like the polymorphic malware is the kind of malware which encrypt and decrypt its payload upon each infection. With the metamorphic is more a bit advanced kind of malware, total rewriting the code with each and every infection, foiling the traditional anti-malware engine solutions for detection. Other tools and attack vectors for credential stuffing, which enhanced by the AI to mimic the human behavior, to foil the behavior biometrics and the fraud systems from being detecting that it's a scripted input of credentials. So AI is accessible for everyone, and it's actually a statement with a dark side and bright side. For the dark side, of course, those kind of sophisticated attacks, hard to detect attacks, can be just implemented with cyber criminals who has no technical prior knowledge. But the bright side, as my esteemed panelists mentioned, that now banks started to adopt AI, started to embed AI in their detection systems, fraud systems, incident detection systems, started to invest in AI.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Ahmed, and very good insights. So, if we have discussed regarding the behaviors and of course now data, because AI is fully interdependent on data, and people are saying data is the new oil, or some are saying data is the new currency. Then AI is rapidly becoming the new electricity. और जिन्होंने एआई लगाया है उनको पता है कि शॉर्ट सर्किट एआई का होगा तो होता क्या है. So this AI electricity can be also, as we already discussed, integrated into banking system to protect customer information. So I would request Asif bhai that how banks can leverage AI for security enhancement, mainly for protecting customer privacy and of course merits and demerits.
I think some of the important aspects, again, I'll come back to my initial thought in terms of prioritizing the AI-based strategy at the organization level. Within information security and cyber security, I think the key area where artificial intelligence should be extensively used and is being used over a period of time as well is the Security Operations Center, which is the nerve center of cyber security for any financial organization. And that is where the defense strategies have to be looked at very closely. People are heavily investing in technologies which are providing these counter mechanisms which are AI based. And I think the strategy to, on a go forward basis, is pick and choose these tools very carefully, and then utilize that to the maximum in terms of the defense strategy. The threat obviously that we see is in terms of AI being used in a biased manner, being misused, and is dangerously convincing. I think these are the aspects that that are challenges for us. how we can basically, what are the positives of this? Obviously, AI can discover new and sophisticated challenges and attacks quite flexibly. Conventional technologies used to leave room in terms of blind spots in, uh, in, uh, in defense strategies, and that is where uh, behavioral analytics and behavioral scenarios can play a very important role. Uh, the how to handle the volume-based threats which come out of the AI-based technologies. I think that is where we need to upscale our technologies to handle that challenge. One of the other, I think, key challenges for banking sector, especially, is the social engineering that is happening across, and which is resulting in a lot of challenges for customers in terms of frauds and others. I think that is an area we talked about earlier. Our panelists talked about the deep fakes and other similar threats. I think that is an area that one has to look at very closely in terms of counter strategies. Awareness aspects are very important in that context. How to handle social engineering from a defense strategy perspective. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, because most of the attacks that you see now are social engineering based, and that is where the
valid point. So Jawad, collaboration is the key. So after the AI, how AI can leverage in helping you strategizing cyber incident response? Like there is a complete revamping in the cyber incident response strategies now, because the global threats and evolving threats. And you have been the part of PBA, and I think you have been the chairman of the cybersecurity committee earlier. So based on that experience, please advise the collaboration.
There are two aspects of it. एक तो aspect ये कि आपने collaborative forum की बात की with the banking industry, with जो हमने AI की inventions पे देखा है. Now AI is helping us on the incident responder side. Initially we were at the reactive side. Now we are responding proactively and predictively. देखिए buzzword या punchword ये कि predictively. Now we predict हमारा response time जो response करने का है that reduce into कई seconds में होगा, कई minutes में होगा, जहाँ कुछ days थे वो reduce to into minutes or seconds or even instant. ये तो हमने ये achieve किया with advent of AI का जो AI का positive use है within our organization. Second aspect आपने जो highlight किया with respect to PBA collaboration with the regulator and among ourselves. Still we are focusing कि हम ऐसा कोई robust platform in banking. Individually we are all alhamdulillah well versed, and big round of applause for the regulator जिसकी वजह से एक benchmark पे industry आ गई. But still in with this approach हमारा जो overall industry का dwell time होगा to respond, or we have embarked the project internally within the same industry कि किस तरह से regulator to industry.
Now addition of national
exactly national cert apart is a bigger umbrella of it. उसके नीचे different certs and sectoral cert का part होंगे हम. Being the active player in the cert hierarchy, regulator is of the view कि we have to embark this journey together. Industry and regulator work together to build this platform ताकि हम अपने response time को बेहतर कर सकें. So I think we have having the right tools now.
We have discussed regarding implementation, cybersecurity strategies, tone at the top, leadership commitment, सब हो गया. World Economic Forum के मुताबिक there are 5 million jobs still vacant for cybersecurity skilled resources, जो कि इस वक्त latest trends के साथ trend है. So can you have any comments? How can we retain these talents? How can we manage? I know the economic crunches and everything. What are the serious strategies we all have to follow to just retain the talent? or impart their knowledge to be the part of cybersecurity?
Abdul Qadir bhai, yes, you are very right. There is a deficiency of 5 million cybersecurity trained professionals across the world. But there is another thing that Pakistan is facing, that is brain drain. Pakistani skill set is going abroad to fulfill their vacancies and fulfill their requirements, but and leaving Pakistan behind with a gap, actually increasing gap. So we have a deficiency as well as a brain drain problem. First of all, upskilling and reskilling the resources. This is very important. Not finding the resources in the market is one thing, but at the same time, we can train the people from other teams like IT infrastructure teams, developers for penetration testing, network and system admins for system security, and then governance people for IT governance people for cybersecurity governance. They can be very well trained, and they can be a very useful tool in hand. At the same time, we should go for inclusion initiatives. In this, women in cybersecurity have we have a number of colleagues, female colleagues, and we need to accommodate them as per their own work. They have to facilitate them as per their own abilities. So these are the primary two things. And other than that, there has to be a collaboration between industry and academia. Industry provides requirements and academia develops them. So our professional, cybersecurity professionals, skilled cybersecurity professionals, I think now it is time for us to go into the teaching industry and at least mentoring people, new blood. They actually lack mentors. They lack somebody to guide them on the proper career path. And commonly, when we go into the academia and we go into the industry, we see that the most common understanding of cybersecurity professionals amongst the youngsters is either they are the hackers or they are the SOC analysts. But there are a number of roles in cybersecurity other than these two. And for these two also, we actually are not practicing one more thing, that we have to rotate our existing resources into multiple roles, because these resources in next 5, 6, 10 years or maybe 15 years shall be the CISOs in the industry. Across the globe, they will be the CISOs. So they have to be trained on multiple skills other than their primary area of skill.
Very critical point like training, mentoring, diversity, inclusion, excellent points. And of course, in industry collaboration so that resources can maintain. So Ali, there is a huge implementation going across organizations to organization. Being a PwC, I am being part of 100+ organizations for either AI like rollout, consultancy, awareness, and apart from AI-based security implementations. So after the generative AI implementation, what are you facing or even industry is facing related to ethical AI, responsible AI, data protection? So
Gen AI is only one type of AI. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So Gen AI is only one type of AI. And if you allow, एक शेर मुझे भी आ रहा है कि पहले भी तवाफ़े शम्माए वफ़ा थी रस्म मोहब्बत वालों की, हम तुमसे पहले भी यहाँ मंसूर हुए, फरहाद हुए. तो ये जो ethical dilemmas हैं, जब भी whenever we face a huge automation, it has happened earlier on. And as I shared earlier, that we have been using AI in various aspects of technology or business processing for several decades. It's only recently that the large language models in the shape of Gen AIs have come to fore and have started helping us. And they are assisting organizations in making critical decisions if we are relying on AI. So the very definition of a digital bank, the very title of it is that there is less human intervention. There is more automation. There is more reliance on data. So the first thing that arises is that one of the major ethical concerns is that the AI should be fair. It should be unbiased. And there was a very good presentation given by Faraz, I believe, and he shared some critical points that how we can adopt AI in a more responsible and ethical way. So the first thing that he also shared, and I am sharing again, that it should be based on an unbiased data. For example, in digital banking, if you decide whether to onboard a certain customer or not, whether to give loan to someone or not, and you rely on AI to make this decision, and that data on which you have trained your model is biased, and of course, then of course, AI will discriminate. So the first thing is that you should have proper unbiased data to train your AI models, which does not discriminate. Another example, if you want to launch a product or an offering, and based on the historical data, AI says that you should not be launching this product or offer this in the remote areas of your province. Again, an ethical concern. Or you should not hire someone based on someone's background, because people with such backgrounds normally do not perform. These are all ethical concerns which actually disadvantage certain people or certain groups or certain localities. So that's the first thing. And how can you cater this? That you train your AI based on diverse and unbiased data and keep on testing it, revisiting it. And another second ethical concern.
It is a dynamic process.
Yeah.
And it is a dynamic process.
Yes, it should evolve. So another one is, going back to the same example, if you decide that you are not going to give loan to a certain customer and the decision is taken with the assistance of AI, that decision should be explainable. It should not be a black box decision. So you should be able to explain to the customer or to the regulator later on why you made that decision. So interpretability of the model is also another ethical concern which should be there. And of course, if you use AI, then there might be certain section of the society who are not tech savvy. So it should be more inclusive if you are offering any service in the digital bank. Another concern and primary concern, although there are many others, is of accountability. So if your organization is deciding, making business decisions based on AI, and that decision goes wrong, you cannot just say that this model gave me this decision. There should be someone responsible. Or there should be a cohort of an AI governance structure which actually defines the accountability of the decisions being made with the assistance of AI. You cannot just blame the developer or the data analyst or the product owner or the CIO or the CISO. So these are few of the top ethical concerns, that we might face in future, and the rest of the world is still facing it.
Thank you. So Ahmed, last but not least, the question which you may cover in next 1 to 2 minutes. Like you representing one of the largest and leading cybersecurity firm of the world. So what Kaspersky's prediction in next 5 to 10 years about the evolving cyber threats, and how the digital banking will go in next 5 to 10 years, please.
Of course, we see AI reshaping offensive security in different sectors, and of course, banking is one of them. So we anticipate the rise of autonomous AI-powered attack chains, with basically which will be able to take decisions in real time with no human intervention. More even with other attack vector, with the deep fake, with like deep fake live agents, we anticipate the deep fake live agents to be able to handle conversations mimicking the impersonated victim with total precision, and which will make social engineering attacks even nearly undetectable. One of the attack vectors that we are anticipating as well, that we may even see AI on AI attacks or adversarial attacks, like my esteemed panelist before me spoke about the poisoning and manipulating the inputs coming to the AI systems owned by a bank. From our side, in Kaspersky, we are preparing with AI-enhanced detection engine, developing and enhancing our detection with the AI models, red teaming simulations with AI models in our labs, and monitoring with advanced threat intelligence, the AI-enabled threat actors. Final thought from my side that there's a very good publication from NIST about the AI risk management framework. I believe this how to deploy, develop, and use AI securely within the organizations.
Excellent points. So I think, of course, the wisdom these CISOs and of course Ahmed has, we can have 3-hour session continually, but due to the scarcity of the time, so the unanimous view from the panel is we should have a clear AI-governed cybersecurity risk management strategy, its dynamic process with agile implementation. Passionate and committed leadership, we already discussed. Tone at the top should be present for AI ML-based investment by the management. Emerging technology skilled cybersecurity workforce. And last but not least, every CISO needs to work on the advanced and resilient security ecosystem so that they can provide the trust to their management that digital assets are protected and delivering value to the customer. So, if you want to secure the future, must harness AI for resiliency and trustworthy digital banking. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
I think a very good session by Abdul Qadir Saab and all the respected panelists. सारे CISOs थे माशाल्लाह से सारे CISO यहाँ टाइम निकाल के कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड कर रहे हैं ये बड़ी बात है वरना CISOs आजकल बहुत बिजी हैं. Moving on to the next speaker, we have another international speaker, Mr. Amr I. Awad, Middle East Africa Regional Technical Leader, IBM. He will deliver his presentation on securing data, empowering AI, be safe, ready for quantum. So please, let's welcome Mr. Amr I. Awad. थोड़ा सा जोश ज़रा और दिखा दें, थोड़ी सी एनर्जी और दिखा दें. Thank you. So the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me well? Yeah? Yeah. My name is Amr Awad. I am a security professional who has been helping customers for the last 20 years to build a secure and resilient business. A little bit about myself. I am originally from Cairo, Egypt. I have been living in Dubai for the last 13 years. I have one daughter. Her name is Zahra, and she is 4 years old now. Before COVID, I used to do some interesting activities, scuba diving, hiking, traveling. But after my daughter arrived and COVID time, I moved to be a little bit more into home activities like woodworking. That is a crib that I built for my daughter that I'm very proud of myself. So I'm trying to get something outside the IT just to work on the other side of the brain. So thank you for the opportunity to be here in Pakistan, in Karachi. This is not the first time I'm here. This is almost my 10th time visiting. I came to Islamabad for a couple of days and then flew to Karachi last night. I was joking with my colleague Abdul Khalik the other day that 15 minutes for a presentation is not enough, especially for the people who knows me. I am a storyteller. I like to tell a story. So he challenged me for that. So actually, this whole presentation will be just 3 stories. So let's see how this will go. I will start up by, can you try to find a common thing between these 3 stuff on the screen? So this is a passport, a phone, and a wedding photo or a wedding album. What might be the common thing between those 3? Yeah, that I hear some people is doing the same. This is actually the common thing between those. This is all information that it's really critical for us as a personal. By the way, those 3 things were the top choice of, I took my daughter to one of the museums called Terra in Dubai Expo, and they had an interesting exhibition saying, if your house in fire, what are the 3 things that you will take with you? It's not 3 people, it's the 3 things you will say. So actually, most of the people who choose, they said, I will take my passport, because everyone there is an expat, and without that, I will not be able to leave the company, especially in summer. The phone, and this is because I have all my data, my passport, my documents, and let's say the way I can pay money and all of this. Last but not least, any physical document that it's still analog, that I didn't digitize yet, which is similar to all of us as an organization. You always find those legacy data or legacy softwares that you have that you still care about even in the digital era. So the second story that I will go with was actually a conversation between me and one of my friends. He's a CIO. He's not a CISO, he's a CIO. And we were discussing quickly, what do you think the most important point or the most important thing in your company? And we reached the same topic, that it's your data. And then quickly, as I'm a security person, I started to move, how do you secure this data? And you know that the type of the data important for the way of securing it. So data can be structured, like the ones that we set in databases, but a lot of data is unstructured. So this can be files, emails, pictures, some videos, etc., etc., etc. And the latest statistics saying that any organization, 30% only of the data can be structured data sitting in the and those are the one you really trying to secure, while 70% stays unstructured data. So as a matter of what we are speaking now, so security, how we can secure those. So as a security specialist, I started to say, okay, we need to start from the beginning. First thing we need to do, that we need to classify the data, find them. Where is your data? How do you can classify? So we figure out, I usually ask my customers that I'm visiting, what type of data do you want to secure? The response is everything, right? Then I said from the opposite, I said, good, so I need unlimited amount of budget to secure everything you have, which is, I don't think even the best financial institution has an unlimited budget for the security. Then we need to say, okay, let's find your data, figure out what is the most important for you, and then we try to decide on what type of security measures you will apply for those. So after that, you need to get sure that your system, your network, it's all vulnerability free, which is, we don't really have to do that, but at least you can make it harder for the attackers to come and get you. So you're trying to scan the environment, figure out where is the data, and if it's secure from software perspective or not. then you limit access for the data. Not everyone can come to your home, should enter to your bedroom, or reach the money inside the safe. You have to build a zero trust strategy that can help you to limit the access for the most important data. So as we all, as a security professionals, we know that least privilege is a topic that we usually follow from there. Again, if someone will go ahead and try to get your data, you need to encrypt it. Why? Because it's not only having an access for the data, even if someone took it, it should be useless for it. And this is, again, why we all confirm that we have an SSL on the website, why the data is encrypted in WhatsApp through the transit and all of this. Last but not least, and I was speaking to one of my CISOs the other day in Islamabad, and he told me, we are here a region of compliance-driven, more than just a technology-driven. Why? We all know that the business and the money is what moves us all the way. So without risk, we cannot get the money to implement the security measures that we want. So there are three main strategy changes happening in the market now, and I think my colleagues through the whole day has been speaking about them. So the hybrid cloud, the AI, and the quantum computer. Those, I cannot sit with some friends in a coffee shop and we don't touch on the three topics by the end of the day. So hybrid cloud, I know that Pakistan, sometimes it's not cloud friendly, but when I say hybrid cloud, that means some of the data can be disparate in multiple entries, or multiple platforms, multiple locations, multiple systems. And I usually speak to some people and say, do you have anything in cloud? And they tell you, no, we are not. You have for the email, they say, it's Office 365. Don't worry about that. Why? This is unstructured data. This is not my crown jewels. Are you sure? Did you classify it? Did you find all of that? So the second one is the AI. Everyone has been speaking now about the AI, how the AI gonna replace us, how it's help us. Even inside the home, I have ChatGPT, I have Alexa, I have Siri. In a car now, it works with voice and all of this. So another story about me, so my wife was telling me, I noticed that whenever you ask a question to Alexa or to stuff, you always be more polite. So you say, please, may I, can you please do this? And she's a researcher in university, and she told me, interestingly, I read the research the other day was saying just to process those extra words, do you know how much power consumption it costs us as humans to process those words? Why you are doing it? So I said, I know that the AI will be in control in some time, so I want the AI to spare my life because I was polite to them at the beginning. So if this has happened, my wife is telling me that Alexa will kill me at the first time because the way I treat her in home, literally. So, but this is how the world is going. But if we don't change our security strategy, and again, the panel before me was just reached out to the stage that we have to build a new strategy for security that needs to be resilient, secure, and basically address all the new channels. Do you know how those three stuff can affect our day-to-day life as a CISOs? So first thing, think about when your data on the cloud. Now you don't know where is actually your data because it can go to a vendor or somewhere in the data center. It can be replicated to another center. It can be, let's say, spread away from there. Even if I want to delete the data, I don't have the actual physical drive to be able to shred it. So the data classification, when you open it for people, they started to upload every type of a document and stuff, and it ends up that we lose control for the discovery and classify control. Same goes with vulnerability scanning. Now you don't own the system. You cannot really run a proper vulnerability on the system itself. You just have an interface with some APIs, you connect on them. You can do limited number, but not for the whole system. You don't know what's hidden behind those. Access control, you can imagine how our life become much harder. And I was again speak to one of CISO friends about this, and he said, do you know how many projects of IAM failed just because the amount of the approach, and someone come and say, I want to secure and to control everything. This is usually doesn't happen. Encryption, and we all heard my friend Tariq was here a little bit ago, was speaking about the quantum and the Q-day. How is this will affect the encryption? Again, for simple people, I'm an electronics major, but still for me, quantum is a really challenging topic. So the quantum is really useful for everyone because it makes simulation, reaching to the life science, medical, DNA analysis, all of this is really much easier there. But it affects us because our current encryption algorithm, so Tariq mentioned the RSA, Diffie-Hellman, and all of this encryption. It's built onto two big prime numbers. You multiply them together to reach a longer key. That's what you encrypt with. But the process of decryption or factorization to find the actual number on current processors, this can take years. And that's what makes our current encryption is strong. In quantum level, and thanks to Shor algorithm that demonstrated this in the quantum, the reversal part will come down from years to hours. So imagine all our life, encrypted data, privacy, all of this with the quantum computer, it can be decrypted and people can have an access to it. As he also mentioned, the Q-day, people try to do harvest now, decrypt later, some sort of an attacks. So I was one of the events from SANS, and they were doing some nice capture the flag activities. They came and said, okay, here is a safe. If you can crack this safe within 10 minutes, you're taking what's inside it. And for sure, they know that this safe takes more. So one of the expert people who came to the safe and said, I will not be able to crack this in 10 minutes. You know what he did? He took the safe and went to the hotel. He said, I can handle it there. I have my tool. That's exactly what people do. They come, take the data, take it backward, and they can work on it, and it's still valid for them. You can imagine that our passports or our IDs can be valid for 10 years. So people who take an encrypted version of the data, even if the Q-day is 5 years ago, you need to be ready. Why? Because this will affect you 5 years or 6 years from now when states can take control. By the way, the US federal announced at the beginning of the year that starting from beginning 2026, they will not be buying any technology that is still using the standard technology, or as you call it, the legacy encryption. So everything needs to be secure, as I say, quantum, post-quantum safe algorithm from there. So we probably realize by now that just staying in our current normal security strategy, we will be void in a couple of years maximum. So what if I can tell you that there is actually another way of doing this? Imagine if you have a single platform who can help you through the whole data cycle for you. So starting with, it can help you with protecting your data, simplifying the compliance, discovering the AI algorithms that it's running, and securing your AI strategy. At the end, it can help you to be ready for a future-proof encryption. So likely, This system comes from IBM. It's called the Guardian Data Security. And we have multiple modules that can help you through the whole cycle. So it's a full suite contained of 10 different products that you can use to work on the security. With using that, you will be able to sleep overnight. You will be able to get sure that your strategy is still working, and you can be able to realize that even at that day, your data will be secure even in the future. Just for the matter of compliance, we have one slide about the solution, and I choose the one, the AI security, the Guardian AI security for there. And it's simply, we go through the same level of security that we need to protect the data at rest, at transit, and in use, right? That's what we learned in day one in security. So in the AI era, you can do exactly the same. You need to secure the data while it's in a vector database. In use, while the model is learning, so you secure the model, and then at the end, you secure the AI, the usage from there. So imagine we as a CISOs, if you have, and you collected all the data that you have inside your organization in one place, and you give to someone that can be a customer, can be an internal employee based on the use case, and access to all your data in a very simple chatbot from there. So you collected the most critical data in the organization, put it in a single place, and give to not even a script kiddie person, it's just a person who can speak language. It doesn't have to be even English, any language. He can chat with the system and convinces the system that he can give him some information. So this is why we have some sort of an AI firewall. This is one of our products that we can work that can just simply prevent the system, even if the system gets trigged using the prompt poisoning or any other attacks that we are saying, and the system spit out information that it should not be, it will be blocked on the spot. Okay? So I'm trying to keep the session light here, especially that we are in Pakistan. That's one of my favorite destination for food. I'm sure that you wanted to finish early, so you enjoy the smell of biryani the same way I'm doing. So hopefully it was a light, different from everyone else, and hopefully you learned something today. Please, if you wanted to learn more about the solution or just having a chat over a tea, reach out to me, my colleagues here, Abdul Khalik and Asna from IBM, or the team of the GBM. They are helping us here, and we have a booth outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Amr. That was very thorough presentation from your side. Moving on, our next presentation is about, the topic of the next presentation is when attackers think like defenders. And to present this, we would like to invite Mr. Usman Ahmed, Chief Technology Officer, Tech 6 Solutions. So can we have Mr. Usman on the stage, please? Mr. Usman.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I think lots of things has been discussed on the AI side. So when I was just using it, I was just thinking that what topic we can discuss. So I just selected it that we have to discuss AI on the both side, from the attacker side and from the defensive side. So I just use this AI versus the AI. It's very critical topic in terms, because we need to understand how from attacker perspective, they are doing it, they are leveraging the AI, and on the other hand, from the defensive perspective, how we can leverage the AI in order to prevent those AI generative attacks, right? So overall, if the agenda would be discussing about the cyber threats, would be discussing how the AI in the cyber security, like how we can balance from an offense to the defensive side, and then again. From a traditional security perspective, we were doing a reactive approach, because once the breach has been occurred, then we actually applied the incident forensics, incident response, and things like that. Now, with the era of the artificial intelligence, we need to move from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. And definitely we need to define a defense framework which is capable of having the understanding of the AI, along with the last, you can say the most part is the generative AI, which is again a new battlefield in the field of the artificial intelligence, right? And then we'll discuss about the future. Just to give you overview, right? We will discuss about there are multiple sort of attacks from a traditional perspective, but now with the era of the AI, polymorphic malware, which actually changes its malicious behavior with time to time. So now from a defensive perspective, we should have a solution, we should have a defensive controls which can you can say analyze in a behavior analysis, behavior perspective. So we should have some sort of a, you can say, historical data with us. And definitely in order to cater all these, some of the AI cyber threats, right? The main thing which I believe, and maybe you guys also confirm me that everything is dependent upon the data. So the data set for AI to build a defensive model, the data should be as much as accurate. If we do not have the proper data sets on which the AI will perform the defensive, will perform the analysis, will perform the behavior analysis, and other machine learning, definitely will not have that AI defensive model. So how we actually balance the offensive versus the defense side. AI powered attacks, now we have all the attacker side, they are using the AI to perform the attacks. They are using the deepfake. They just changes the way, they changes the voice, similar like the available data is already on the public cloud, right? So they use those public available data and then they manipulate the voice and they send a voice call to maybe some of the employees that, okay, you need to do this, and this. If we, and it's very, you can say, difficult for a human being to identify any changes from a deepfake. If I talk about the phishing emails, the polyformic phishing emails, the AI is actually doing in a way that those emails are, seems like it's a legitimate email. So there are only maybe the areas where we can identify that it's actually a phishing email. It's impossible by, from a human perspective, a human eye perspective, it's very impossible for us to identify. So from a defensive, so definitely we need to have an AI-driven detection system, which can actually detect the AI-based cyber attacks based on the data, based on the threat model, because traditional models are, maybe if you can say, if I just discuss about the traditional model, it's not fully capable that we can, using the traditional cyber security defense system, we can defense against the, or we can provide the defense against these AI-based cybersecurity threats, right? Traditional methods are, we already know what are traditional method, but now if we talk about the AI-powered attack, we need to know the overall behavior of the attack. We need to know the analysis. We need to perform the analysis on the files as well, because they are changing on a regular basis. So we need to have the historical data as well. So from a reactive or a proactive approach, right? So if you see ML-driven threat hunting or a behavior analysis, these are, if I just do a normal threat hunting, what we do is we normally just get the TI, we get the IOCs, and we just perform the threat hunting, right? From a behavior analysis, we just do the user behavior analysis, right? But overall, if we have to move towards reactive to a proactive, right? We need a system which can actively search about the potential threats which are emerging in the industry. It's not like we need to wait for an advisory to come from any TI platform or any threat intelligence company who actually give us, okay, this is our advisory which is relevant to your industry. No, we need to have a system, or we need to have an AI built system which can actually do a proactively active searches on each and every potential threat which are coming or which are available in the industry, right? Then behavior, definitely before whether behavior analysis, whether it's a behavior analysis to be performed on the human side, maybe on the user side, or on a file analysis side, everything needs to be performed, and we need to have data sets from where we have to have a system which can detect based on the behavior of any of the anomaly, and then in the real time it can actually respond to your security team, so that if you can automatically identify and respond to the incident in a quick manner, it will help us a lot in order to get the us the details or incident, and definitely it will actually cover up or convert our approach from a reactive to a proactive defense, right? Also, sorry. Second thing is, during attack, if normally what we do, a traditional method is that we we deploy a honeypots or honey nets in our network in case of any attack, because try to access our environment, they actually just, we just put down the honey nets or the honeypots in front of them. Now, if we talk about the AI-driven deception system, so what they do is, they do in a way, they actively, if they identify any of the intrusion, any of the intrusion of any attacker, what they do, they automatically build a deception system in your environment so that the attacker, if they want to attack, they just go into the honeypot, and you can just simply analyze their activity and then perform your defensive approach. We are talking about and AI, but the thing is, if we want to have the AI, these are some of the challenges which I feel that these are very important in terms of understanding of the AI. So, in order to perform AI in a defense system, defensive or from a defensive side, we know in order to have all the artificial intelligence enabled system, we need a resource who can actually perform in terms of the compute, in terms of the expertise. We need to have a right resource at the right time, the right compute, right human resource who can understand what exactly is going on in the system as well. So this is something which is very challenging because we have to, you can say, deploy a large compute in order to analyze, in order to perform the artificial intelligence from a defensive side. Also, the other thing is data dependence, as I already discussed, that data set is always a main critical, you can say, area where we would be depending on it, because artificial intelligence do whatever it do actually based on the data which we provide. Whatever is the data we have, it actually just perform an analysis and give us a, okay, fine, this is our the behavior. They perform the behavior analysis based on the data which we do. If let's suppose our data contains a garbage, definitely the outcome will be, the output would be, contains the garbage data as well. So we need to have a sort of a data layer beneath all the security controls so that we can have a complete layer of a data. So what we can say is we are moving forward towards a data-driven things, right? So everything is dependent on the data. How effective is the data we have? Again, the AI defensive system or a security model will be very much accurate. Adversarial attacks, this is something which we need to understand, because from an attacker perspective, what they are doing is they are analyzing the system and they already know what, from a defense side, what AI solution can do. So what they do is they analyze the defensive system and they try to fool the AI system. And this is very critical. And apart from this, why I'm saying this is critical, because from an attacker perspective, they only need a single point, a single weakness in our system in order to enter. From a defensive side, we need to actually focus on all the area, all the complete attack surface. Rather than doing it on the weakness, we need to make sure, we need to evaluate, we need to understand the complete attack surface, whether it's internal or whether it's external, both. So from a defensive side, we need to more proactive than from an attacker side. Sorry. Explainability, definitely. Explainability is why I actually added is in a challenge, because it's very difficult in order to understand how the AI is actually making the decision, making the process decision. So we need to understand the normal, the lethal combination is that we have an AI defensive system. On top of it, we should have a human being, because everything which AI is actually doing it's not, you can say, from a human intelligence. When you combine the human intelligence with the AI, artificial intelligence, it actually becomes a lethal combination. So, and this is something which we need to understand. So we need a AI-based resources who can understand, who can identify how the AI decision process is actually doing. Again, we already discussed, but just to give you in the, focus on explainability. These are some of the areas which we can say is the enhancement cycle from the AI perspective. So we need to invest in expertise. We need to train our resources in AI, cybersecurity. We need to hire the right resource who can understand the artificial intelligence role in the cybersecurity as well. So the skill set which we will be requiring is that they should have a knowledge of the cybersecurity as well as the artificial intelligence. Once they have the both side of the domain knowledge, then we can actually enhance our cybersecurity portfolio in order to convert it into the AI-driven defensive system. We need to implement the training. The AI system should implement in a way that it actually help us train our resources. Just like I said that the phishing emails, nowadays AI actually giving you the email, sending you the email, a personalized phishing email, which a human cannot actually identify it's actually from a legitimate email or a phishing email. So we need to train our end users, our employees, that how they can identify. We know that the tool, there is much requirement of a tool that can actually identify a majority of this. But somehow, if though any of the particular email is actually bypassed from all the technologies, all the tools, all the security controls and landed on the end user. So end user should have the knowledge. We should train them, because thing is, if a CEO's email lands on my email address, so I should be know that, okay, I do not have a direct relationship or direct connection with my CEO. So how my CEO is actually sending an email? It's just a simple logic. So we need to train our resources as well. So implement training. We need to monitor the performance of the AI system as well, because if we deploy simply the AI system but we do not monitor it, it will eventually result in the disaster, because we have to make sure that on top of the AI solution, human intelligence should be there. Sometimes there are automation tasks which can be done by the system, but there are some of the areas where we would be needing an human intervention, because maybe it can actually, in order to run the business, system can actually detect, okay, fine, this is the phishing email, this is the spam email or the malicious domain or a malicious file. But from a human perspective, from a business side, we should train the system as well that, okay, this is our business model, this is our business operation. So we should have to train the AI system in order so that it can actually avoid the false positive. Because if we just simply implement, the false positive ratio will be increased. Right? Hybrid approach, definitely combine AI with the human expertise. This is something which is a very critical. We need to share threat intelligence with the other organizations as well. Whether it's a banking industry or it's a textile industry or anything, there should be a cross collaboration of the threat intel. If any of the threat intel has been received by a banking industry, it should be shared with the others. Maybe that particular TI is relevant to banking industry, but you can never know that those IOCs cannot only design for the banking industry. Maybe it can hit the textile industry, maybe it can hit the manufacturing industry as well, or the IT or OT industry, industrial control system as well. Just to give you an example, how an AI-powered voicemail system, it can actually detect the manipulation. So if we deploy an AI system, what can do? It actually analyze the voicemail. Again, voicemail, the system should have it actually review it or analyze the particular voice recording from a publicly available data or the data which we provide to the system. Voice signature analysis, these are the two things. And then the anomaly detection algorithm. That is something which is derived from the expected voice, right? So system can actually detect, okay, this is the actual voice, this is the fake voice, so it can actually detect the anomaly. Once it is detected, then it can actually provide you the alert and the monitoring, okay, this is the fake voice. So this is just a simple, you can say a very high level flow of how the AI can actually help us in detecting the deepfake voicemails, right? As I actually discussed, adaptive security model. So if you can just see, it's just a cycle where It's just a continuous visibility and the analysis. All is, if you talk about AI defensive, it's already, only main thing is that continuous analysis and the visibility. We need to run a system in order to perform, whether it's we need, and it will help us in order to predict the things, prevent, detect, and respond. So if you talk about, we have to align our policies with the requirement. We need to adopt the controls based on the AI. If we talk about detection, quick detection requires a continuous monitoring, continuous visibility. And definitely, if you have the system in place, it can provide you the continuous visibility and the monitoring. You need a large amount of the resources, right? Again, if you talk about predict, once you have the analysis of your system, the AI actually help us in the performing the predictive analysis of the incident. So once you have the continuous monitoring, continuous visibility, sorry, and your behavior analysis, right? Once these things have been implemented or available in your system, the AI system can help you in order to predict the incident before it can actually occur. And once you receive the predictive analysis, you can perform the predictive analysis, it actually provides you the capability to transform your monitoring team from a reactive to a proactive approach. Now, the generative AI. If you see on the left side, the weaponization, right? More threat actors that can actually launch the attack. Phishing campaigns are more towards convincing that it actually, you can say, again, it's like that we cannot, from a human perspective, we cannot identify the phishing emails at the, once we have the AI-enabled system. Deepfake, social engineering scams, malware mutation, again, the exploit software vulnerabilities. From these are the weaponization of the AI which AI can actually perform. But in order to augment the AI for the cyber security, definitely, we implement the AI solution so that our analysts can actually perform the task which they can do rather than doing the monotonous task which they are doing on a regular interval. Breach risk prediction, this can be done through the generative AI. We can enhance our cybersecurity posture as well, right? We can analyze the asset as soon as it actually added to our infrastructure. The AI system can actually just provide you, based on the analysis, based on the continuous monitoring, it can actually provide you the predictive, perform the predictive analysis on that AI system. Right. So, if just to end the overall discussion regarding the AI versus the AI, right? Sorry. So I'm just saying, from a defensive side, they are using the AI to provide. From attacker side, they are using the AI in order to gain the access to our environment. On the other hand, we need to adopt a complete security framework which can help us in order to make a comprehensive governance model with the help of the AI. And our team is available on the booth, so we do have some of the AI based solutions. So, and we already have available with the some of the demo of these solutions available, which actually have based on the AI. So if you like, we can have a session at our booth as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Usman Sahab. Thank you very much for the very detailed presentation. एक किसी ऑडियंस से क्वेश्चन आया था मेरे पास कि हाउ एज अ इन पाकिस्तान में हम कितना रेडीनेस कितनी है एआई को अडेप्ट करने की. सो आई गेस यू कैन गो टू देयर बूथ एंड दे विल प्रॉब्ली आंसर यू. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पैनल, we have a panel discussion which is empowering network resilience and be a reliable partner for critical infrastructure operations. To moderate this panel, we would like to call Mr. Jamal Nasser, Chief Executive, Super Secure, and he will invite his panelists as well. So, Mr. Jamal Nasser, can we have you on the stage, please?
So this panel is about empowering network resilience and being a reliable partner for critical infrastructure operations. I'll invite our exceptional panel of industry leaders who are at the forefront of this battle, and they will share their insight on this particular topic. Let me first call Mr. Murtaza Lightwala, who is the head of cyber security in Karachi Electric. Mr. Faisal Amir, who is CIO of Parco. And we have also Mr. Suleiman Ewan, who is the regional manager of Fortinet. He will going to give us the vendor perspective. And finally, Mr. Mushtaba Hussain, who is the head of IT infrastructure and operations at Wafi Energy Pakistan. So just to give a preamble, we have been seeing the increasingly digitizing going on in our country and overall in the world. And the power grids, water system, telecommunication, financial networks, and their interdependency, interconnectivity based on the digital infrastructure. And the government is pushing more and more towards digital Pakistan. So this reliance, while bringing unprecedented efficiency, will also going to introduce unprecedented vulnerabilities as well. And of course, we are not talking about financially motivated cyber crimes. We are also talking about nation-state actors who are actively targeting critical infrastructure. And as you know, we have seen in the past that during the skirmishes which has happened between India, Pakistan, and other part of the world as well, the cyber attacks from the nation-state actors played a very vital role in destabilizing the whole country. And with this increasing leveraging of the artificial intelligence, these adversaries are becoming more and more formidable. So based on this background, I'm going to start our discussion on, first of all, understanding the landscape of this critical infrastructure, security, and what are the AI-driven challenges. So I'll start from Mr. Faisal Amir. And as we are aware that refining is one of the key sector or key part of the oil and gas sector. And operational continuity is very paramount to continue to run this refinery operation. So how are you concerned about AI-enhanced threats targeting industrial control systems? And what unique risks you see AI-driven attack poses to your critical energy infrastructure?
Thank you, Ji, very much first. As before us, many people have discussed.
Close to the mic.
Am I audible?
Yes.
हमारे पास इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के अंदर सिर्फ एक ये वाला मसला नहीं है कि हम लोग इसके लिए कितना तैयार हैं। हमारा जो अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है अभी उसके लिए वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा रेडी नहीं है, बट सेइंग दैट the state actors and all these are also growing. AI is coming, and so as the the people who want to attack are also using AI. So AI against AI is at this moment the biggest challenge. But understanding the refinery and all these critical infrastructures, the attack is always dangerous because it directly hits the production. It can stop the complete work. It can also create nonsense. So it can we have seen in the nuclear power plant of Iran. It's one of the example that can be used to damage. And this is one of the core thing that needs to be understood, that the conventional type of attacks was not in that domain, but AI, as it is learning itself from the algorithms, it can manipulate, and it can just as the other audience said, it make the fake and work just like as is. And in OT or operational technology, you have also small digital things that are working together, and if they are manipulated, then you can go and do a disaster in that side. So this is one of the key challenges what I see, at least in the refinery, in ICS systems, and even on the DCS systems. And this same challenge is also for the SCADA. And all these things are coming very fast to us. And I think it is a very right time that such kind of conference is creating an awareness into the people, that how the systems should be used and how should we now be very vigilant in this part. And only not that the people are attacking, it is also becoming one of the deadliest thing, as we have seen in this small war between Pakistan and India. They are attacking on these networks, electricity and all these things, which is going to be one of the deadliest things, that state sponsored attacks are also coming. So I think we should take it very seriously and start to rely on more defensive part, understand how we manage these securities, and go into that in a very deep way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mushtaba, how do you see the this threat landscape evolving specifically for your downstream energy operations? And what are your biggest challenges? No, you have to turn on. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully I'm audible now. Okay. So I think certainly for downstream.
Keep your mic close to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. So the threat landscape for energy operation in Pakistan, especially for downstream sector, is growing rapidly, and it's mainly due to some of the key facts like our geopolitical volatility and the environment we're living in, the increase in cyber attacks itself, and also the increasing complexity in our logistic operations. Okay, so traditionally the nature of attacks that we used to face in our sector were physical of nature, like for instance pipeline sabotages, thefts, or even infrastructure failure. But now we can see more attacks, cyber attacks on SCADA systems, then data leaks, data manipulation, and even like some kind of attacks on our fuel operation systems, or even manipulation on our logistic and pricing system. So our fuel distribution system and our retail systems are now more digitally integrated. So obviously using IoT or GPS-based vehicle systems or automated tank gauging systems. So it means any compromise on the cybersecurity could lead us to a disastrous chain of events, which probably won't be controllable. So for us, yes, the challenge is enormous, and especially now we can see that the fuel pumps, they are now sort of acting as kind of a lifeline for us in crisis situation. We have already witnessed in recent Indo-Pak war or Iran-Israel war. I think one of the striking image we can all recall that there was a long queue outside a petrol pump in Tehran. Okay, so that actually just shows the sensitivity of the critical nature of operation. So we cannot lower our guards. So we have to any disruption in the fuel supply or could easily lead to kind of a political unrest or law and order situation. So certainly, so as I said, so it's the threat landscape is even growing beyond the fence. Okay, so AI has to be understood properly and has to be deployed responsibly to make it a kind of a strong defensive mechanism. Otherwise, it could become a vulnerability itself. On the data side, especially in the context of Pakistan and energy sector, it's really an integral component for any AI model to use to address data-related challenges. And there are some obvious data-related challenges we are facing. The first one I could think of is the inconsistency of data. Okay, because we have a or the fragmentation of data. It's hugely fragmented data we have in the industry we are operating in. We have a broad spectrum of stakeholders, processes, systems. Okay, and I think that and by far and large, still a lot of them are dependent on manual or legacy systems. So which makes it very difficult to build any kind of AI model which requires kind of an integrated or consistent data set. The second one is also slightly related, but in a different context, is the interoperability of different systems. Even within an organization, we have supply chain, we have logistic, we have stock management, we have pricing. Okay, so they might be using different systems who don't actually talk to each other in exactly in the way to provide a kind of a unified data sets for AI model. So that's these two are the huge challenges. The third one is around the talent part. Okay, so we have still limited I think skill set available and the infrastructure. So the expertise to design, build and implement AI models which also understand the energy sectors are scarce, and the cost of infrastructure is still growing very, very high. So AI should not be actually just considered as a tool. It should be looked in a broader ecosystem that requires AI data governance, okay, shared data platform, shared platform, and also the skill set. Thank you.
Thanks. So from the vendor side, Suleiman, as this critical infrastructure increasingly adopts digital and AI-based systems, what are your thoughts on the current security models keeping up with the speed and complexity of the AI-driven threats, or we are still, keeping security from the traditional mindset?
Assalamu alaikum. I think, yes, we are still pretty much using the traditional mindset of securing the perimeter. So many security models still rely on this perimeter-centric approach, which is no longer effective, especially with the adoption of AI, and AI being used by the attackers to automate reconnaissance, evade detection, accelerate breaches. This kind of approach can no longer work. So that is why we need to shift towards a real-time, behavior-based security paradigm that includes distributed enforcement, AI-powered analytics, adaptive threat detection. You see, this old playbook is not fast enough to meet with the current attacking paradigms. So that is why we need here AI defending against AI with speed, precision, and visibility.
So this will be a very interesting war between the offense and defense based on AI. So I think we need to really, upgrade ourselves. Coming to Murtaza, given the unique challenges of energy sector, what are your thoughts on balancing the benefits of adopting AI for operations with their inherent risks as well?
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah. Keep that mic close to you.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jamal Saab. So this is a very important question. So AI actually offers a cross path for various operational efficiencies within the energy utility sector. And at the same time, it also helps to cut operational costs and improve efficiencies across the energy utility sector. But at the same time, companies have to be cautious about the adversarial side of AI. Now, as Faisal Saab mentioned and my other elite speakers did mention earlier, that the utility sector overall has an importance in running the country matters day to day. It runs the entire nation, and a slip of an AI adversary attack can cause hampers. So during the May 2025 geopolitical events, we did see some news over the media that there was some impact on the other side on their energy sector. And we also have gone through reports where AI-based attacks were launched on the war events between Russia and Ukraine in the recent past as well. Hence, crossing a balance or striking a balance between the usage of AI and the benefits which it offers to the utility industry is very, very important. Here, I would like to mention some important standards, global standards, which energy companies or power sector companies can consider adopting in order to strike a working balance between usage of AI and how to combat between the evils which AI introduces. So lately, towards the end of 2023, ISO launched a standard for implementing AI management system, and it's basically called as ISO 42001. So that actually complements and supplements the ISO 27001 standard, which was also recently updated a couple of years back. Hence, a combination of both the standards can offer utility companies to strike a working balance between AIs and the adversaries which it introduces into the electricity utility sector. So, just as an example, if we take a few adversaries, like AI systems can introduce census spoofing and data poisoning threats into the data sets which the organizations operate upon. And that can cause really a significant hamper in decision making, especially while doing predictive decision making or analysis of utility operations. Another upside of introducing AI is to invest in upskilling your resources, internal resources. We are, aware of the attrition rate within this tech sector, especially cybersecurity. And considering that, it is imperative for organizations who are planning to adopt AI to consider having, AI-trained resources who are trained to understand not only how it introduces efficiencies, but also how adversaries, how those resources can, treat the adversaries and put up a robust defense system. Here comes the concept of having an incident retainership agreement, which helps organization, despite of having all the defense in depth and strategically aligned defense systems, having a comprehensive incident retainership coverage also helps organization to defend or to, recover from any, God forbid, successful AI-based cyber attacks. That's what I would say.
Thank you. So just a quick question from Mushtaba and Faisal Sabah. You belong to the OGRA sector, and Murtaza is under the NEPRA regime. I know for sure that NEPRA has introduced their cybersecurity regulation, and they are after.
Can I just take 1 minute to just explain that? That's a very important point which you just mentioned. I would just like to highlight the NEPRA thing, if I have your permission. So, thank you very much, Jamal Saab. That was something which I missed earlier. So, NEPRA in 2022 has launched its IT/OT cybersecurity regulations, and it's a very comprehensive set of regulations which are now part of compliance strategy for each of its licensees. So we at K Electric do have a compliance methodology to adopt to that set of IT/OT regulations, and we report compliance to back to the regulator on a frequently basis. So that actually helps NEPRA's licensees like K Electric, like all the other 50 odd licensees of NEPRA, to strike a balance between adoption of technology and its related adversaries.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to share that from NEPRA's side.
I'm sure I have seen the transformation of KE and obviously the focus on IT, digitalization, OT, and all that. And KE has been phenomenally delivering in terms of, giving the consumer as well best-in-class service without going down. So I'll come to the round two to discuss about what are your strategies of your network resilience. So before that, does OGRA have any regulations for cybersecurity, or you people are doing on your own?
We are doing at moment on our own. We have initiated a meeting with the Ministry of Information and IT, and they were writing first cybersecurity policy for the Pakistan. And so we took a part into it, and they introduced also the IT part, OT part in that security. So it is at the moment under construction. But most of the companies, as you said, rightly said, are doing the OT cybersecurity on their own, as they have now the resources and as per their own need.
So there is no general standard rules and regulations as NEPRA has?
At moment, no.
Okay. I wonder what the sectoral certs are doing in these areas. We have been listening about these sectoral certs for the last 2-3 years now.
No, this is what I said. They have started with the national cert, but the sectoral certs are not at this moment effective. So first thing, and I understood also, it's not easy for even the government to, establish such kind of big stuff. The main problem, as we see in Pakistan, is that, the government comes and goes, so as our policies. So this is one of the, I think, major delay in all these processes.
I think we need to take up this from this forum as well, to send a letter to OGRA and the IT minister to let them know that, there needs to be a standard regulation and policy for this particular sector. I know NEPRA has done that. But coming to the next part, building resilience and solution. So continuing with you, Faisal sir, what are the key strategies you have implemented to make sure your refinery doesn't go down? And if it goes down, God forbid, how fast you will be able to respond to isolate that? So you let us hear from you about this.
So we have carved out a complete, disaster process also, and also in that same case, there is one thing important, that the system resilience should be there. If something happens, you have to be resilient and easy to adopt to new change, and start the process. As you remember, it was the issue in Colonial Pipeline, and that was whole stuck for days and days. So what we have started to do complete monitoring and AI based, plus threat intelligence and management. That is first part, so that we can respond before things happen, coming out from reactive to proactive approach. And this is one of the important part that we had. Secondly, we have isolated also the OT segment, and it is going through unidirectional from IT side. So the IT is more resilient in that place. So if the attack comes, it is first the IT that is going to take the hit to reduce any kind of attack in the direction of refinery or OT systems, because OT systems are mostly in Pakistan. The refineries don't have so new equipment, so it takes a lot of money to go in that, and then so we have isolated that part through the IT making a subset. It's unidirectional, so all the things are coming that place, and then their data is used for all management reporting or all this other stuffs. So isolating that is one of the key part that at moment we are doing, so to eliminate that risk this month.
Okay. Mustafa, how do you balance cybersecurity resilience with your operational continuity? And again, the same question, God forbid, something happens to your depot, for example, any attack happens and your walls get shut down or your tankers are not able to move. So what are your thoughts on these areas? What sort of resilience and what will be your priority in this area?
Okay, I think in our industry that we operate, the sensitive nature of the business, any supply disruption, so even a downtime of few minutes could lead to, as I said earlier, chain of events that would be uncontrollable, even political unrest or law and order situation. So for us, resilience and business continuity are intertwined. Okay, so, and traditionally, even for us, our disaster recovery framework have been based on physical aspects like provisioning of alternatives, contingencies, manual overrides. But now can see that in this AI world, they are no longer kind of enough. Okay, so we need to actually, because the AI attacks can just penetrate your system, can leak sensitive information, or even can manipulate your sensitive options. So the AI attackers, they come up with more sophisticated techniques to even observe the pattern of your working. They can actually bypass your intrusion mechanism and even can simulate your legitimate user behavior. So I think what we need to do, and to be honest, we are not there yet. Okay, so our focus has still been very much on physical, but now I think it is a time for us to come out of that static mindset approach to come with a dynamic one, where we can use AI to maybe detect and address anomalies earlier, can localize threats, and then can take the corrective action at its own. Because for us, it's an important journey, and I think we cannot actually do it alone. So there are a number of areas where we have to actually look into this one by one, especially. So because the rule of the game is changed now, so the playbook has to be changed. So now it should now combine kind of 3 or 4 big ticket items like zero trust security models, AI enhanced detection techniques, and then perhaps real-time simulation of the cyber attack scenario. Because even now, we actually, whatever BCP planning we do, we take care of, or we consider only the scenarios which impacts the physical part or the logistic part. So now we need to actually get into that mindset where we can test and simulate the cyber attacks. And the fourth one I would say, and very close to our heart, and I think it's answered the question you have earlier asked, Faisal Saab, that we need to have a close coordination between IT, OT, and government agencies. Okay, we cannot do it alone. I think we haven't done this, but I know that we are starting the journey, but we are not there. Because I know that we move faster when we work together. So we have to change the entire mindset from us, from our history, to make it more proactive now onwards. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, Suleiman, how should critical infrastructure operators should balance between digital transformation and maintaining operational resilience? Still, when you say that, we are still far from that digital industrial 4.0 based system, and we are operating on the legacy OT system. So, what are your thoughts on this?
So yes, you are right, absolutely. Still, a large number of OT network operators are relying on the legacy OT systems, which were never designed with cybersecurity in mind. And you see, the latest advancements in the OT systems, the systems are AI enabled, their processes are automated, so the data has become, it is really irrespective whether the data is residing within the OT network or it is in the cloud platform. So while keeping this in view, I think balancing between the modernization and cyber resilience, it starts with the first step of understanding the risk profiles of each segment. So I think a pragmatic approach would be uh, to segment the network, to contain the risks while integrating new technologies with the old legacy systems. Similarly, deploying visibility solutions to monitor IT and OT assets without disrupting the operations. And thirdly, prioritizing the risk-based upgrades without assuming a complete rip and replace model. And finally, I would say enabling or embracing a cyber security architecture, thereby utilizing zero trust technologies, secure remote access that are tailored for the industrial environments. So this modernization or digital transformation, it's not a destination, it's a continuous journey, which has to be grounded in operational realities and supported by a culture of cyber resilience.
Okay, thanks. Murtaza, while I'm sure you are keeping all of us safe from the outage in Karachi and making sure that we continue to get electricity in our homes, in our industry. Can you please highlight what's your strategy which has kept KE safe and going forward, inshallah, as well?
So an easy and a quick answer to a very important question of yours is adopting a resilience-first strategy. So that's what is on the top of our heads and tables at whatever we do and deliver in K Electric.
Can you close to the mic?
Sorry, is it better now?
Yeah.
So what I just responded, let me quickly recap, is adopting a resilience-first strategy at anything and everything we do in KE. So keeping that in mind, keeping the resilience-first strategy in mind, the first and the foremost thing that we do and we encourage all the other NEPRA licensees to do is to perform a comprehensive gap assessment of what is their current standing in terms of technological landscapes in IT and OT. So we have been doing that since quite some time now. And we've been doing this using diverse resources available locally and globally. So it helps us to understand what sort of gaps are there within the infrastructure and how we can address those gaps to ensure the resilient first strategy and how, as aapne kaha, how to keep the city running. Alhamdulillah, so far it has been a wonderful journey. It's a very learning journey, and we've come across a very critical success factor in complying not only to NEPRA's IT/OT regulations, but also to various other standards. So we use the plethora of standards available for each specific area. Like if we talk about IT, then we use standards like 27001, the global famous, and then clubbed by NIST CSF 2.0. Coming on to the OT side, we use a combination of IEC 62443, which is the standard of cybersecurity for ICS, SCADA systems and the OT environments, and some elements from ISO series, 27001 series, which also provides very useful guidance on electric utility companies. So that's very important for utility companies and the power sector to understand that there is an immense level of global standards and knowledge available which can be used. So that has helped us to build a resilient first infrastructure service delivery. The other thing is to keep on upskilling our internal resources, our tech resources, because if that is not done, then there is a big gap. You may have the best line of defense, but then if you do not have smart operators, learned operators, skilled operators, then those systems are of not that much use. Because then these defensive systems or offensive systems are used with their maximum capacity to put up a resilient first strategy. Besides that, the besides the regular assessments, we also focus a lot on IT/OT segregation. Having air-gapped environments. So the OT environment is separated from the IT, and usages of global technologies like unidirectional gateways and data diodes, they help to establish that air gapping between the IT and OT environments. So in a nutshell, this is how we are able to, run the show so far, alhamdulillah, and keep the city running.
Okay. So I have been told that we have to finish this interesting session. But just to give you two, three update the audience as well as to the panel, I am a member of Power Cert as well in NEPRA. And I was part of this regulation, when the regulations are being done. And I'm sure K-Electric is, internally enforcing those regulations. But I don't see the large paraphernalia as far as the IPPs are concerned. That part of enforcement is missing. And I always dread that, God forbid, the incident which happened a couple of months ago, in which we have been told that we took out half of the India's electricity down by our offensive on the cyber security. If they come back with these sort of attacks into the infrastructure, I am sure we will be out for long time. That is one comment, and we need to really push our government to have these things enforced, because it's not the time of the conventional war. These are cyber war times, and countries can be taken out by only putting down the financial network, the telecommunication network, and the power network, and you are gone. So, but I think there is no urgency what I'm seeing from the government perspective. Couple of years ago, I received you must all be aware that for almost a day, of at least 12, 14 hours, half of Pakistan was down, if you remember, a couple of years ago. And late night, I received a call from NEPRA chairman that I need to know what happened. And I told him that, how can I tell you what happened? You need to ask to NTDC about this. And he said NTDC has no clue, because they don't have any systems to at least analyze what happened, to do the forensic immediately and come back with the isolation of what went wrong. It was a cyber attack, but it was sort of, I think, camouflaged under some load balancing and all those reasons. And lastly, in the last couple of months, when this drone attack and everything was happening between us and India, I received another call from NEPRA that we need to do a quick analysis of how much our IPPs and distribution companies are safe. And of course, after that call, we didn't get any other call to do a meeting on that. But my point is that these are very serious times, and we need to become very serious to attend to these things. If we don't do this, God forbid, if anything happens, we will be simply sitting ducks. And people like, Mushtaba or Murtaza or Faisal Saab, they are doing individually whatever it takes, but it needs to be a very, holistic approach. So thank you for, coming and giving us the feedback. Thank you very much. And we can conclude this session. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamal Saab, for the amazing moderation and all the panelists for this session. Next in, we have our last but for sure not the least presentation for the day. And for that, let's welcome on stage Mr. Naveed Anjum Khalid, Business Unit Head, Cybersecurity, Arvind Tech, who will deliver his presentation on Anticipate and Neutralize How AI is Redefining Proactive Cyber Defense. So, can we give a good round of applause to Mr. Naveed Saab?
So, am I audible? I hope. Respected guests and speakers and participants, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon from my side. I hope you all are enjoying the diversified discussion here at Infosec 2025, where my fellow colleagues and participants have spoken on deriving new approaches with respect to AI while protecting the services and environments. My topic is basically with respect to cybersecurity operations, how we can optimize that. Although there are a lot of discussions, I will keep it very short and brief. Our responses, as we know, mostly are reactive in nature. We wait for an attack to happen before responding. But this reactive approach is just not enough, I think, and we need to do a lot more. What we need is a shift towards proactive defense, an ability to detect, to predict, and to protect from cybersecurity attacks well before they happen. This is where AI can come into picture, and whether it's a threat detection, it's a predictive analysis, or optimizing the response and mitigation, AI, I think, can play a very vital role in the years to come. One of the primary ways AI can benefit cybersecurity is to analyze large amount of data in an unprecedented time, which humans cannot do. Simply, if you see the AI algorithms can sift through your network traffic, your system logs, your security events to detect anomalies or behaviors which can indicate an attack. Simply if we say an unseen user behavior or an unexpected system access. Also, I think by learning from past threats, AI engines or AI systems can refine their threat models over time, which can particularly make them more accurate in examining the potential threats, which can include the 0 to exploits, which most often just go unattended. Secondly, what I think is that AI and machine learning can automate the response to the detected threats, which can significantly decrease the time between detection and mitigation. To give you an example, if a network intrusion is detected, the AI-based systems can automatically isolate the affected area from the network. They can block suspicious IP addresses, or even they can apply predefined security policies without a human intervention. So this rapid response is very crucial in preventing attacks from escalating further and to do more damage. Not the last, but it can benefit cybersecurity teams as well. I think AI can assist cybersecurity teams by providing deep insights, real-time insights. I think by analyzing the data, which can be before attack and after attack, and by automating this collection of data and the analysis, I think the AI can very quickly pinpoint not only the source, the vector, as well as the scope of an attack, and which can enable the cybersecurity teams to perform with more efficiency. And AI can further assist in post-incident investigations, where it can provide information about how an attack occurred or what kind of vulnerabilities were exploited. And this can lead to a very fast preventive measures. So I think it's fast detection, fast actions, and fewer false positives. Cybersecurity companies and OEMs nowadays are using AI with machine learning to monitor digital environments, not only to provide an autonomous response against threats, but to predict attacker techniques well before the attack chain comes to an end. Just assume if a user in your organization start accessing data at 3 a.m. in the morning, and that too from an IP address in a foreign country. This is something which they have never done before. But traditional systems might not see it or will be very late to flag it. AI systems, however, can very quickly see that, can very quickly, record this difference, and then they can analyze the access pattern very quickly. They can compare it with the known signatures very quickly, and of course, as a result, they can shut down the processes immediately. And that too, well before the data is exfiltrated. So if I say, what is AI? AI is speed, AI is scalability, AI is adaptability, and of course, efficiency. Having said all this, I think we in cybersecurity needs explainability as well. And there are, of course, challenges. A poorly trained AI can still misfire because the threat models, they are only as good as the data they have been trained on. Also, the attackers are using AI to craft smart phishing emails, breaking defenses, and launching deep fake-driven engineering attacks. So the point is, or the purpose is not to replace the human analysts, but to augment them, to create a partnership where AI can handle the speed and scale, and the human analysts handle the strategy and, of course, the strategy with judgment. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naveed Saab, for your speech. And without any further delay, I would like to call upon the chief guest for today, which is Mr. Syed Tariq Mustafa, advisor to Governor Sindh, and he's here on the behalf of Governor Sindh. So please give him a big round of applause for Mr. Syed Tariq Mustafa. He'll say some few words, and we'll move to the memento distribution, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Brigadier Farooq Saab, Brigadier Akhlaq Saab, Faisal Rahim Saab, the organizers, distinguished guests, technology experts, international delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a privilege to convey the warm greetings and message of His Excellency, the Governor Sindh, Mr. Kamran Khan Tesori, on the occasion of the 17th International Information Security Conference, Infosec 2025. The Governor expresses his sincere appreciation to Total Communications and NSERT for organizing this remarkable event and creating a platform where key global challenges in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, digital transformation are addressed with depth and vision. The Governor emphasizes that we are living in an era where information is among the most powerful assets. Securing that information is not just a technological necessity, but a national priority. Threats like cyber attacks, data theft, and manipulation of information are no longer abstract risks. They are real, immediate, and capable of undermining our security, economy, and institutions. The Governor firmly believes that the way forward lies in building a robust digital ecosystem and empowering our youth to lead the way. And it is not just an idea. The Governor has implemented, and we are proud to share that more than 50,000 students, young individuals, are currently enrolled in the free IT courses being offered in the Governor House, Karachi. These courses are designed to equip the youngsters with the digital skills necessary to thrive in the modern world. This initiative reflects Governor Tesori's unwavering commitment to youth development, digital literacy, and inclusive progress. He believes that investing in people is most effective way to ensure sustainable growth, cybersecurity awareness, and national innovation. At the end, the Governor conveys his heartfelt congratulations to all the speakers, delegates, experts, and organizers who have contributed to make Infosec 2025 a success. He hopes that the discussions and outcomes from this gathering will lead the practical strategies and partnerships that elevate Pakistan's cyber capabilities and digital presence on the world stage. Taking this opportunity, I have requested the organizer to make a delegation of the participants who are interested to call on the Governor with the problems, practical problems faced by this industry. As being mentioned by a few speakers during the last sessions, that there are gaps in understanding, there are gaps in policy making, there are gaps in moving forward in the field of technology. And for that, nobody is to be blamed. Technology has outsmarted all of us. We are far behind in technology. So there is need to catch up and fill the gap on emergency basis. For that, it would, if the Governor House can extend any help at the level of the Prime Minister or the federal government or Ministry of Information Technology, we would like to help you in that. And for that, please make a group and come and see the Governor with formal proposals and its proposed solutions, or if there are draft policies which you have made, that can also be shared. I would also suggest that make use of the Information Technology Department, Sindh Information Technologies Department expertise. We have a very capable Director General here who has international exposure with various organizations. He can assist, Sindh government can assist you at that level as well. And with that, I'll close my remarks. I'm sure all of you are very hungry for lunch. It's already very late. May Almighty bless us all with knowledge, unity, and continued progress. Thank you. Pakistan, Paindabad.
Thank you, Tariq Sir, for very inspiring speech, and sincere thanks for providing all the support to the companies. Moving on towards the memento distribution, we have Faisal Saab, who's the CEO of Total Communications, and I would like to request Mr. Brigadier Farooq Saab, if you can join the stage with the gentleman. So first of all, first and foremost, our exclusive sponsor, Kaspersky, Mr. Hafiz Aziz. If you can come on the stage and receive the memento. पूरे दिन आप लोगों ने तालियां सही नहीं बजाई, इस दफा बजा दें. It's a request. From Group IB, can we call upon Mr. Igor Stolyarov? Mr. Igor from Group IB. Yes, he's here. These are our sponsors who made this event possible. Next is Mr. Mohammad Suleiman Awan from Fortinet. Mohammad Suleiman Awan from Fortinet. Would request everyone to keep applauding them with some energy, of course. Next gold sponsor is Arvind Tech, and can we call Mr. Naveed Anjum Khalid from Aventech? Mr. Naveed Anjum Khalid from Aventech. Or if anybody else can come up on the stage on behalf of Aventech. Okay, so next is CrowdStrike, and can we call Usman Qureshi from CrowdStrike? Do we have Mr. Usman? Or anybody else on behalf of Usman can come and receive the memento? Moving on, Miss Sadia Nazim from GBM IBM. Miss Sadia Nazim. She's here. Please keep applauding her. Mr. Farhan Siddiqui from Infotel. From? He's here. Mr. Usman Qureshi, can we have you on the stage for memento receiving? Usman Qureshi from CrowdStrike. Next is Zishan Heather from Tech 6 S2. Mr. Zishan. Trust me, we have food ready for you. Please show some energy and applaud them. Next is Mr. Asher Faisal from Comtel. Mr. Asher Faisal from Comtel. And I think, yes, we have Mr. Asher. And our last gold sponsor, Mr. Faraz Rafiq from MBCom. Can we have Mr. Faraz on the stage? Mr. Faraz from MBCom or anybody else? Yes, here. Okay, moving on to our silver sponsors. First name is Vijay Kumar from Global Risk. Vijay Kumar from Global Risk. Please give him a big round of applause. Next is Mr. Mahir Mohsin Sheikh from Trillium. Mr. Mahir Mohsin Sheikh from Trillium. Sorry? Up to नहीं हो गया. Next is Mr. Jamal Nasir from Super Secure, who was also our moderator for one of the sessions. Mr. Jamal Nasir. Usman Tanveer from Reuters. Usman Tanveer from Reuters. Mohammad Ijaz from Ibrix. Mohammad Ijaz from Ibrix. Next is Mr. Azam Mughal Data Compliance Management System. Mr. Azam Mughal Data Compliance Management System. Quickly moving on to our lunch sponsor, Mr. Nusrat Khan from Access Group. Mr. Nusrat Khan from Access Group. So we have Mr. Naveed from Arvind Tech. Sir, if you can come and receive your memento as well. Mr. Naveed from Arvind Tech. And last but not the least, our tea sponsor, Mr. Mike Khattab from RevBits. Mr. Mike Khattab from RevBits. Now I would request Faisal Saab if you can just present the memento to Mr. Tariq Saab for his presence in today's event. Thank you, Tariq Saab, for coming out, for taking some time out and coming to this conference. And there's a bouquet from Tariq Saab on the behalf of Governor of Sindh, who will just give to Mr. Faisal. Once again, thank you, Tariq Saab, and please extend our thanks to His Excellency, Mr. Kamran Tisoi Saab as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And thank you. You have been a great audience. This is Mirza Asad signing off today. We'll see you next year in the 18th Infosec conference. Please enjoy your lunch.